Okay, we're going to get started here. If we could all just... Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the July 23rd, 2024 special board
Recording in
meeting
progress.
to order. And we're going to start with an announcement from our clerk of the board.
Good morning, Chair, Board, members of the public. I just wanted to give a quick announcement on the viewing of the meeting today. So we're having some technical difficulties through Peak Agenda. So right now it can't be viewed, but the meeting is being recorded, so it'll be uploaded to the website and will be available after on YouTube. It's not available right now. We're just waiting for CMAP to get here to start the streaming, but you can view the meeting through Zoom and through Facebook. So just wanted to let everybody know. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that announcement. Can we lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor Sotelo, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved. Second.
I'm going to give that to Supervisor Zanger on the second. So a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. Okay, we're going to do presentations and recognitions, and thank you for the very short notice, Supervisor Kosmicki, for doing the presentation for you. So can I get a motion to approve the proclamation designating the month of July as Park and Recreations Month for San Benito County?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That's a 5-0. Thank you so much, Supervisor Kosmicki. Yes, we do have, yay. Thank you so much for being here.
All right. So yeah, just here to proclaim the month of July as Park and Recreation Month. I think we can all agree, despite differences on whatever issues we might disagree on, that one of the great assets of our community is our parks, and I know this county board is going to continue to work on expanding the parks and creating more opportunities for recreation and open spaces in our community. So that being said, the proclamation, whereas parks and recreation are an integral part of the communities throughout this country, including San Benito, and whereas parks and recreation promote health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas parks and recreation promote time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorder, and Alzheimer's. And whereas parks and recreation encourage physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. Now, therefore, be proclaimed the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, State of California, at the meeting of said board held on the 23rd of July, 2024, that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the County of San Benito. Thank you, and if you'd like to say a few words, Rob.
Well, thank you for recognizing parks and how important they are. They're not only for our physical and mental health, but it also can bring economic health to the community. So your continued support is greatly appreciated, and REACH is honored to accept this proclamation. Thank you.
Can I have one when you're getting into it?
Oh, sure. I'll do a big handoff.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate all your support that you do for our community. Okay, we're going to move on to department head announcements. We have, I believe, one department head announcement.
We
Deputy
do.
CEO.
We do. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am proud to announce that we have a county librarian. After a successful recruitment, we have an internal candidate, Austin Curtis. He has been with the library for past year and a half. He's had prior experience with Merced County Library. He has volunteered over 2 years in Stanislaus County Library, so he's lots of county library experience. He also has a master's in library science and information science with San Jose State University. And he is here today, and I asked him to have a PowerPoint available to present. I'm kidding, he's not. But he is here today, and he was welcome to say a few words. But we are very pleased that we have a county librarian and excited that it was an internal candidate.
Thank you, Henny. And thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, the public and community. I'm excited for this opportunity. I'm looking forward to working with the community, the county, building partnerships, and helping to strengthen the library and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much and welcome aboard. Okay, we're going to move on to consent. Can we open it up to public comment on consent?
If you have any public comment for consent, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press star 9 on your phone or the raise hand icon. I have no comments.
No comment, bringing it back to the board.
Oh, sorry, I have one public comment,
Okay,
sorry.
one public comment for
For
consent.
Elia, Selena, sorry.
Thank you. On consent item 1E, $100,000 a year, or $98,000, it's $100,000 a year for a software where the county vehicles will drive on roads, and the software will tell that the road, what condition the road is in. I think it's a waste of money. I know that you want to fix the roads, but we already have employees that drive these roads. They know what the conditions of the roads are. Maybe what you need to hire is someone, an additional person for a lot less than $100,000 a year. And it's also automatic, and it doesn't say anything on the contract about evaluation and how to terminate the contract based on an evaluation. And it's an automatic renewal. So who's going to be overseeing this project? I prefer that you not spend $100,000 on this and you hire an additional person, and that person's responsibility is to drive this county's roads. My suggestion is twice a week and 3 days, that individual is doing the evaluation in the office of the roads, so the condition of the roads. There are community members that call in to complain about the conditions of the roads. That individual will go out to that on the third day if he's not doing evaluations. On that Thursday, instead of being in the office, he goes out and she goes out and evaluates the road based on the complaint of the citizen. This is an obscene amount of money for a software, and that's just the software. Then you have to purchase the units that go with the car for the GPS. Then you have to purchase the iPads that go to it, and then you have to pay for the training. Look, I know everybody knows the conditions of the roads. You all know the conditions of the roads. But to pay for a software to let you know what the condition of the road is when our own eyes already tell us what the conditions of the roads are. I really would like you to pull this item and think about it. Another thing is, was there an RFP done on this? I don't recall an RFP done on this. And just on Google searches, there are other companies out there, and this company's from Arkansas. Nothing wrong with Arkansas. But seriously, when California, we're the leaders in the software industry, that there is not some company in California, in Silicon Valley, that has the same software. It just blows my mind if you guys are really seriously wanting to spend $400,000, almost $500,000 on a software where the human eye can tell you already. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional?
No other comments.
No, okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments?
I
Any
would like
items?
to pull an item. I had similar questions on item 1E, so I'll be pulling 1E.
Okay, any others? Can I get a motion to approve all but 1E?
So moved. As recommended.
Second.
Okay, first is Kosmicki, second is Sotelo. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, so that's a 5-0. Okay, so moving on, we are going to go to regular agenda. The first item is a resolution adopting an advisory measure, and I believe we are having, Cecilia is going to be doing the presentation for this from Founder Work.
Just move there. Thank you very much. Good morning, supervisors. I will briefly review the material that was in the staff report for this item and give you an update on events at the hospital. The staff report did a very thorough job going back in time to when the hospital originally experienced its cash crisis in 2022. As you recall, the district both came to the county as well as approached the state of California seeking some cash or loans to carry them over during that time. That was also the year that they filed in 2023 for Chapter 9 bankruptcy and decided to seek a partner for or a buyer for the hospital. As you recall, we had retained ECG Management Consulting, who had come before you on multiple occasions to give you their assessment of the financial condition of the hospital, as well as advise you on the prospects for the hospital moving forward. It was on that basis that the county, together with ECG and with me, developed a proposal for the healthcare district to form what's called a joint powers authority. In this case, and I want to be very clear, the concept was really to restructure governance, to add expertise, as well as to implement the business plan suggested by ECG in terms of bringing additional physicians to this area. This year, the district has done much better financially. It does not appear that the courts are going to allow the district to use the Chapter 9 bankruptcy process. They have been deemed ineligible, but the district is reviewing an offer for a lease and purchase from a company from Michigan called Insight Health. The proposal was reviewed verbally at the board's last meeting, at the district board's last meeting, and as we understand it, the proposal is for a 5-year lease, but with an irrevocable right to purchase at the end of year 5. And there are certain promises that they are asking Insight to make about retaining services during that time. So just to review one more time and maybe visually about the county's proposal. I mean, effectively, to be very, very clear, because I have seen some things on social media that I want to make sure we correct, that this is not a proposal to have the county run the hospital. It's also not a proposal that would suggest that the district not own the hospital going forward. So the county's proposal, the district would continue to own, and the county would not own or operate, but rather we form a new operating board, add experts who have a background in healthcare, a background in finance, perhaps physicians and other medical professionals to govern the hospital, but really ultimately the district would have ultimate control. So this is a visual depiction of that. We could also have other government entities participate in this process if they were interested. So yesterday night, the district published its board agenda for their upcoming meeting on Thursday. The transaction with Insight Health is on that agenda, so I expect more detail will be available at that time. But there's also an item on that agenda to place a measure on the ballot to approve the transaction that's being presented. The concerns that I would posit to you, and I know I've heard them from others in the community, is that a sale or even a lease with a promise to sell, which is really what the option is, the community would lose control over the decision-making of this hospital. And that's one of the real advantages of local ownership and public control is that community has a say. The hospital under the proposal, regardless of whether or not they use a new nonprofit to hold the assets or not, ultimately it would be managed by a for-profit entity. And I think there are concerns that a profit motive may influence the way that services are delivered. The other thing we know is that this proposal is not supported by the doctors and nurses at the hospital. The physicians voted 49-2 against this proposal and in favor of the ideas put forward by the county. The nurses have also expressed a similar point of view. I mean, ultimately, the situation now is that we are no longer in a fiscal emergency at the hospital. The hospital closed its fiscal year. It's not audited, but they did end the fiscal year with a surplus of $15.5 million and a free cash flow of $18.6 million. This is a 12% cash flow margin, and this includes the extraordinary costs that they have incurred for the bankruptcy itself, their advisors, their lawyers. So it could have been even better. They currently have 92 days of operating cash on hand, a significant improvement over where they were, and its financial performance would rank it in the top quartile of California hospitals. So the point of bringing this up is that the urgency to do this now and to do this particular transaction just is not there. So today's decision for the county is whether or not, given the sentiments that have been expressed by the community, by the doctors, by the nurses, whether or not the county would like to take this issue and get public input in the form of an advisory measure. The language is printed in your packet as well as on the screen right now. The draft language says, to keep Hazel Hawkins public and under local control, shall the County of San Benito establish an agreement with the San Benito Healthcare District and other interested jurisdictions to form a partnership in the form of a joint powers authority to operate the hospital. And with that, I would take your questions.
Before we go to questions, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise hand icon. And in chambers, we have Isabella Zanger.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and community here. I'm Isabella Zanger. I'm a registered nurse at Hazel Hawkins Hospital. I stand here on behalf of 135 registered nurses represented by the California Nurses Association to stand here to express immense gratitude to what you have done to open up the hospital's books and dive into the financial crisis. Your unwavering commitment and tireless efforts to preserve our hospital and keep it public has gone unnoticed. Some of you have been vocally active at our hospital board meetings, and we are so grateful for your fighting spirit. As elected leaders, you are fighting to safeguard not just a building of bricks and mortar, but a beacon of hope and healing for our community. As we recently learned in the bankruptcy crisis, the hospital is financially solvent. It is not a hospital in distress, nor does it need to be up for sale. So this begs the question, why are they so adamant, the hospital board, in wanting to sell to a private buyer, especially when nurses, doctors, and the community want to remain and keep the hospital public? The crisis inside the building has continued for the challenges of the workers, especially the nurses, in retaining retention. This is a big inside crisis. We've lost so many nurses and staff, it really hits home. We are constantly short-staffed. As a matter of fact, I got a call at 5 a.m. to come in today and help work. We work on a skeleton crew every day. That's the new normal in our hospital. Instead, we have many more executive management team getting big salaries, and yet we see any proposals of truly addressing our retention crisis. Believe me, it is a crisis. We need nurses. We need to stay local. I'm local. I can choose to go elsewhere and join the flock of my nurses, but I'm committed. I love this community. I love my hospital. I love to serve the patients here. That's why I'm sticking it out. What's even more alarming is last month, the hospital board decided to make a big decision and have our
cardiac patients' heart monitors be voted to have it off-site, whereas now it's run by our nurses who are constantly viewing our telemetry monitors. By having it off-site, we don't know if it's going to be monitored by a registered nurse or a teletechnician. We don't know if it's going to be in Hollister or in California or even in Michigan. We don't know. We don't have the information because our hospital board has not told us any of this. What does the hospital board know about having an off-site monitoring of our critically ill patients? This could be a potential sentinel event. Again, the bottom line is I'm so grateful for you defending our rights, being
Thank you for your
advocates.
comments.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Vaughn Tran.
Can we keep order, please? We are not applauding any of the speakers. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Phuong Tran. I'm with CNA and NOC, and I just wanted to, thank you all, the San Benito County, and trying to keep Hazel Hawkins a public institution. It's very concerning that the Hazel Hawkins District Board continues their effort to sell what rightfully belongs to the public. And as you are all well aware, once Hazel is sold to a public entity, the community will lose all oversight over Hazel. We have seen how the district board has ignored the concerns of the public and continue to argue in bankruptcy court that the hospital is on the brink of closure. Yet nurses have prevailed again in court, showing the hospital is in far better standing than the district board acknowledges. And as was mentioned earlier, in their recent July 2024 filing for fiscal year 2024, Hazel reported a net income of $15.5 million. That's they're at 92 days of cash on hand. There's no justification at all to be selling Hazel Hawkins. Our nurses and community will continue their fight to ensure that there is a public option where the community can continue to receive the highest level of safe patient care. And again, we want to thank you in your efforts in maintaining a hospital where there would be public oversight. So again, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Mary Shakaran.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do support local control and allowing the community to have a say. I think it's a very good idea to have the hospital be controlled by folks who are most affected and who will be receiving the services. So I support this, and I'm glad that you are putting this forward, even though it's an advisory vote. However, I find it ironic that you do not support local control and voters having more say on land use decisions.
We need to keep on topic, please.
Okay, so
that item isn't a future item.
I understand, but I'm just pointing that out, that it's a real irony that struck me. I do think it's really important to remove the profit motive, because healthcare should not be for profit. And I think that the nurses and the doctors and the community should be able to have the ability to make certain key decisions, like Isabella just mentioned about the heart monitors not being done locally. Anyway, I do support this, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Andy Shakaran.
Good morning. I also support this move to do an advisory vote by the supervisors on the issue of creating a JPA and keeping the hospital public. The initiative that the vote that the hospital board has put on the ballot is fairly cynical. It's not the same as a citizens' initiative. This wasn't the public that decided they wanted to privatize the hospital. It was insiders within the organization that put it on to the detriment of the public. There's a vast difference. I taught government, and I know that essentially one of our strongest suits in our country is when the public have a greater voice around the issues that affect their lives. So I urge people to support this vote and to oppose the vote that the hospital board has put on. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Anne Marie Barragon.
Good morning. I'm Anne Marie Barragan. I'm president of the Hazel Hawkins Foundation Board. I am for Insight taking over the hospital, or not, coming in and basically taking over, but with a lot of public input. We are going to have a community board that will help us make decisions. The problem I have with this JPA agreement is I think I'm a fairly intelligent woman, and it's very muddied where we don't know who these experts are or who community members are. The board, the district board has done their due diligence to assure us who would be, that we would have, public input. My family is very, very good. Gosh, I didn't prepare anything. This is what I get. Is a Barragan Family Diabetes Center. So how that came into fruition, as many of you know, is my father was misdiagnosed. His death was a result of a misdiagnosis at the hospital, not because of inept nurses or poor doctors, it was because of faulty equipment. Nowhere in this JPA agreement do we talk about money or finances or where this expensive equipment is gonna come from, okay? And to me, that's mind-boggling. Are we gonna ask the public, ask for more bonds for the hospital to keep it going? What are we gonna do if we run into a brick road, a brick wall? The agreement with Insight is giving us not 5 years, but 10 years, okay? We have the first right of refusal, which means at the end of that agreement that we're the first ones, we have the first right of refusal, which means we can say, if they want to sell to someone else, we can say, hey, we want to buy it. Why don't we let the experts come in and take this over? I have an office that's a block from downtown. I have a multi-million-dollar insurance agency that my family runs. And I have people all over the United States coming from Miami, from Chicago, saying, what a great town this is. It is. And I'm very proud to live here. I don't like changes, right? But the business person in me says, we've got to make a change. We have to do better. You're right. There's no reason that our people, our community should be going out of town for a stint or for a simple procedure as a stint, or I can't even think of anything right now, but for these simple procedures, we should be able to have them here. I have been from every hospital because of my mother's condition. She has Parkinson's. I have been to every hospital from Monterey to San Francisco. Okay, we are there. We have a great hospital. It needs a little bit of money. And I don't see where in this JPA agreement where that money is going to come from.
Thank you for your comments.
Rob Bernowski.
Good morning, Chairwoman Curro and Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for this very important topic. I am in favor of your proposal, and I believe the public is too. And I want to address the last speaker. I don't know her, but public input, the public has been giving the hospital board input for 18 months, and they are the most deaf board in the history of San Benito County. That's why your measure is so important. You're actually going to be able to show the public that, first of all, you're listening, whatever they decide. Number two, to the hospital board, you folks are out of sync with what's going on. So the number one issue why you have to do this is here you have this $160 million revenue entity, and almost no due diligence has been done by the hospital board. If you do a public records request and look at what their expenses are, it shows that basically they were on the ground maybe 24 hours, and then of course they slept and meals and things like that. And no one with a medical background was on the visit. No doctors, no nurses or anything. So aside from that, why else can't we trust them? You know, there's a very good article in today. I'm going to connect this to what was going on with the national narrative with what happened with President Biden declining to run. Now all the stories are coming out. And a quote that struck me this morning was, they asked us to keep it private, but publicly they were saying, hey, no one's saying anything, so it's not an issue. Well, no one at the hospital is saying don't say anything, but they're hiding from us. Even the most basic questions. Let me give you an example. I make a public records request for the value of health insurance benefits received by the board. They send me some obscure, or very complicated schedule, you can't see what it is, that shows, hey, they're receiving $29,000 worth of benefits per year for 2 of the board members, a little bit less for 2 of the others. And yet publicly they're saying, Marcus Young, their PR person, quoted twice at Benito, like, oh no, we don't believe that any of our board members are taking benefits. Yet each are getting $29,000 a year. This is why you can't trust their decisions that they're making. It is the most bizarre thing that I've ever seen in this county. So trusting them to make this decision, that's out the door. So what you're doing is you're bringing it back. 2 years we've been working on this, folks. It's really sad that they're ignoring us, but we are where we are. So please, the resources that you're going to spend on this is very minimum. The payback to the county in terms of the risk you're taking and the payback to the public is huge. So please move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Valerie Harmson? No? Okay. Roxy Montana? Oh.
Good morning. I think it's very, very important you keep this hospital public. I don't see any real benefit letting a big corporation take over our hospital. My daughter is a trauma surgeon. I also have another daughter who's a hospitalist. They love Hazel Hawkins. They do not work there, but they would not mind working there at all. One of the problems we have in this county is that people are always talking about our hospital closing. Our hospital has no money. It's not worth keeping around anymore. And I've got a very dear friend that's down in Palm Springs going to Eisenhower Hospital now and will not come home to Hollister because she thinks the hospital is so understaffed and so badly run that she won't go there anymore. You need to stop talking about our hospital as that it's, so bankrupt and so out of whack and that nobody should ever go there if you want to keep it thriving. My daughter was had an anaphylactic reaction. She is a doctor. She had to go to Hazel Hawkins. They were fantastic. You have trauma bays in that hospital. You should have a trauma center. You should stop flying these people out of here because that's big revenue. I can get you a trauma director. I know her. She's at San Jose Regional right now. She would come here, but she's worried that she won't have a job because she doesn't want to be run by this corporation in Michigan or wherever it's from. You need to understand that you lose nurses, you lose doctors when they think that you're not going to thrive. You're not going to make it. So you need to, buckle up. Everybody here should start talking about this hospital like it matters to all of us because it does. We need to stay public. We need to run our hospital efficiently, and we need to get doctors and nurses that want to come here because actually there's no other place in California that has a hospital like ours that has a place where they can actually live. Because some of these doctors, my daughter's down in, one of my daughters is down in Pasadena. she makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, but it's difficult to live down there. She would love to come to Hollister. Wake up, help us, keep it public.
No applause, please. I need to keep order in the room. It is a very lengthy agenda. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment.
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair. My name is Roxy Montana, and many know me as the community advocate to keep our hospital local, to keep it public, to keep it ours. I'd like to thank you for bringing in Cecilia Montalvo and putting together the JPA. I will share with you that recently I was hospitalized. I'm very happy to say I was at Hazel Hawkins Hospital. I'm going to have a procedure done this week at Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And while I was at the hospital, I was treated by the physicians, I was cared for by the nurses, and I met many more who would come to me and say, thank you. Dr. Bogey's poll went out, and I forget the numbers, 49-2, or I was amazed at how many people are saying, thank you, let's keep it local, please, please. It comes down to management, just in my perspective. And when we have inexperienced people and an inexperienced CEO, I'm sure she's a very nice person, but inexperienced, no CEO experience. And why would we do that? And immediately run into bankruptcy. You're either spending money, you're wasting money, and there's no reason that we shouldn't be in a positive situation with positive management. Bankruptcy is not positive, and they've been told by a bankruptcy judge in a federal bankruptcy court, get out of here. Please, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Devin Pack.
Hello, Madam Chairman, Board. Thank you for hearing me today. I'm Devin Pack. I currently serve on the Hazel Hawkins Hospital Board, and I would like to speak in regards to this matter. The primary root of Hazel Hawkins' financial problems are systemic issues, by which I mean that the rate of reimbursement in Medicare and Medi-Cal is not keeping at a rate that is comparable to the rate of inflation that we are seeing in salaries and in the costs of medical equipment and pharmacy vendors. Essentially, one of the problems that Hazel Hawkins faces is we need a partner that can help us to surmount some of the larger systemic issues that we are facing, such as getting more health payer plans to partner with Hazel Hawkins, such as being able to negotiate better terms with groups like Blue Shield and Anthem. And so essentially what the Board of Supervisors needs to be evaluating is whether this maneuver is going to be more productive and more conducive towards the county's goals of achieving a JPA or not. And I would suggest to the board respectfully that the advisory measure is not the best allocation of the county's resources in this regards. If you want to get an opinion of the public, you can do so at a more cheap and efficient way by hiring a pollster and then publishing the results of that pollster. And I would respectfully suggest that the funds, for this advisory measure could be more productively used in efforts to improve and counteract some of the what I perceive as some of the shortcomings of the JPA, such as either kind of working with the auditor's office to improve the overall funding proposed under the JPA schema, or to work on the search and the recruitment of an operations or a management partner that will help the healthcare district to surmount these economies of scale problem. As it stands, an advisory opinion is going to be a dilatory, a needlessly confusing effect, and there is the question of whether it makes partnerships with Hazel Hawkins Hospital more attractive or less attractive. We have already had two potential partners, Advanced American and Ovation, which have withdrawn their letters of intent towards Hazel Hawkins Hospital. And I would argue that this advisory opinion, that one thing that is inhibiting our current efforts to get a partnership is
thank you for your
perception of political controversy. So I would urge you to vote against
Thank
this.
you for your comment.
Elias Salinas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the very beginning, the administration with Hazel Hawkins Hospital has lacked transparency. They had a public forum at the Vets Memorial, and all the questions that were asked were vetted. They were turned in advance, they were vetted, and they already had the answers, and no other information other than those questions answered. In June of this year, Hazel Hawkins the administration sent a demand or the counter demand to the Board of Supervisors. And they claim that they demanded $30 million cash deposit. Then they said that we have our building and our assets are worth over $100 million, and we have $20 million in cash, plus we have $15 million in receivables. That was responded to them, but that was never discussed at the directors' meeting because of the dates. And so by the time July came around and they had or June came around and they had their meeting, they had already decided what they were going to go with Insight. So the lack of transparency, and there was a letter that the district attorney sent to them and said, yes, you are lacking transparency, and actually you all also are violating the Brown Act. You have the potential that you have put yourselves in liability. So from the very beginning, what has occurred and what's not being talked about is the morale is very low. And they said, we have an open door, come and tell us. But it was retaliatory. You came and made a complaint, there was retaliation against you. The only folks at Hazel Hawkins Hospital that actually keep the hospital running and work at the hospital is not administration. It is the nurses, it is the staff that keep the hospital. That is who's run, not a CEO that makes $400,000 a year with no CEO experience, having received a $400,000 a year salary while they claim they're in bankruptcy. So lack of transparency, and the foundation, did she speak on behalf of the foundation, or did she speaking on her own behalf? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
On Zoom, Mia, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Today I'm not speaking to you as mayor, but just as a concerned resident. What I think you're proposing is a little misguided, and I would like to ask you to reconsider. The county lacks jurisdiction over the hospital. That authority rests with the hospital district and its elected officials. This proposed action seeks to interfere and undermine that authority. Including an advisory vote for this JPA on the ballot will mislead voters. The hospital district already rejected the JPA and selected another option with Insight. Adding your JPA as an advisory vote will just muddy the waters. The ballot question is a little deceptive, in my opinion. It emphasizes the hospital being local and public, but it really doesn't talk about the true cost to residents. In the interest of transparency, I'd like to see a 9111 report that will show the real cost to taxpayers. Now, I understand the desire by the community to keep things local, but the bottom line for me is that the county cannot afford to fund this JPA. This board has repeatedly stated it's struggling financially. You pulled $28 million from reserves for roadways. Now this JPA it would drain another $5 million from reserves. And the rest of the funding from the JPA depends on risky borrowing, loans and lines of credit, which is not sustainable. Most of you know that what comes next, a bond measure to fund the hospital, which means more taxes for residents. We saw this with Watsonville Hospital. It was in bankruptcy. It had no options or buyers. It was taken public and kept local. And despite huge cash infusions and loans, they're still struggling. And now there's a bond measure on the ballot for November. You really have to be honest with residents about this. If there were no alternatives, I could see pushing the JPA forward. But there is another option, and it was selected by the hospital district. Insight is a well-funded organization with a proven track record, and they want to invest in Hazel Hawkins and our community, and they're willing to include a board with local people on it. I believe it's the best of the options. I think the board is overstepping their authority by meddling in another agency's affairs and the decisions of their duly elected officials. This interference does a disservice to voters, and it lacks transparency about the true financial implications of the JPA proposal. I would urge you to vote no on this and allow the appropriate agency to proceed with their preferred option without interference. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment.
We have no other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Anybody want to start the conversation?
I'll start it off.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
All right. Well, first off, I just want to reiterate some points that have been one of those speakers, along with Supervisor Curro, who's been attending hospital board meetings as a member of the county board's ad hoc that's been assigned to this issue. And so just to reiterate some of those points, overall, we're not meddling in anything because we're leaders in this community. We're residents of this community. And there is no more important issue to this community right now, it's not even close, than the future of Hazel Hawkins Hospital, keeping the hospital public, stopping this irresponsible move for a completely unnecessary sale that really just stands to benefit few and to harm potentially our community for the long term. And, the JPA proposal, just to be very clear, as our consultant stated, is a proposal for a governance partnership with some financial assistance. This is not the county coming in to take over the hospital. This is not a matter of whether the county has, whether we're Santa Cruz or Monterey County and we have, ungodly wealth to support a hospital. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a partnership in governance and providing a business plan that we have put together and we have invested in that is a very, very strong strategic business plan to keep the hospital sustainable, to grow the hospital. It's a business plan that focuses on investing in the hospital with revenues that would be generated through a smarter outlook on how to run the hospital. It's investing primarily in the physician group and having a physicians group locally. It's about changing the perception locally about the hospital. And to that note, again, I've said it before, our family uses the hospital, our family counts on the hospital. I am very grateful for the hospital. My child, my 3-year-old, was born at the hospital in the Women's Center 3 years ago, and we need this hospital. We can't take any risks with the future of healthcare in this community. And you have to ask yourself, as a voter, come November, whether there's more of a risk in selling to a company that is relatively new from Flint, Michigan, relatively unknown, relatively no track record, whether it's worth the risk of selling to a hospital, losing all control. I don't care about this phony baloney nonprofit board that is being used as propaganda. We would lose all control of the hospital. They would make decisions solely based on profit because that is what companies do. That is their fiduciary responsibility. They're not going to make decisions based on, quote, what I've heard from these representatives from this hospital in Michigan, that they're driven by love, that they're coming to Hollister from Flint, Michigan to take over and buy a hospital here in Hollister because they're driven by love. It's a bunch of nonsense. We all know it. Even the people that support the sale of the hospital know it, and I wish you would just admit it. So why? You have to ask, why, considering the financial state of the hospital now? We now know that this bankruptcy was a ruse. We all know that there were some motivations behind it that had nothing to do with the actual fiscal health of the hospital. The hospital is in a good financial situation for the relative long to medium term. We know this. Why would we panic now? Why would we sell the hospital to a company in Michigan that's going to profit off of all these investments we've made in the last century? Why would we do that now? It doesn't make any sense. Why would we not at least give it a chance to keep it public, to take a different approach, a new direction with the leadership of this hospital? And yes, it does come back to that the current model, frankly, doesn't work. When you have elected board members on a hospital, oftentimes they have nobody running against them. They could be anybody from the community. There's no requirement for them to have any level of expertise. And this is a very, very complicated business. This is not about making decisions on, with all due respect to us up here, about whether to put X amount of dollars toward roads or parks or pay raises. This is a complicated, complicated business. This should not be left in the hands of people who may or may not know what they're doing. And so that's a big part of the county's proposal, is to have this governance board that is focused on recruiting members from the community who do have expertise in healthcare, who do have expertise in certain areas of business and other areas. So that really, there's no reason to panic. You would lose local control under a private model. And so I'll bring it to the advisory question. What is the point of the advisory question? I'll share that I got a phone call Friday from the president of the San Benito Healthcare Board, Jerry Hernandez. I assume she called others on the board to essentially confront me and to question why we're doing this. I think overall that phone call was a reflection of the problem. How dare you, as a community member and a leader in this community, how dare you basically quote unquote confuse the community? We are not confusing the community. The only people that have been intentionally trying to confuse the community for the last 2 years are the members of the Healthcare District Board and the administration of Hazel Hawkins Hospital. We are trying to bring clarity to the community. We are trying to tell the community, you do have another option. We do not have to panic. We want to reemphasize to the community that we want to inform them that it's crystal clear there is a viable option, and that I would expect the county to be against the hospital board's direction to eventually sell the hospital to a company from Flint, Michigan. And not only are we going to gauge the public's view on a potential sale in the November ballot, which we're expecting soon for the hospital board to put this item on the ballot, but we're going to gauge the public's view on this concept of a JPA partnership and keeping the hospital public. So I will just say very intentionally, I was on the ad hoc that helped to formulate the question with Chair Curro, that very intentionally we lead off the question with to keep the hospital public, to keep the hospital with local control. That was very intentional, so that we're underscoring to the public, you do have another option. You can keep the hospital public. There is no reason to hit the panic button and to risk the future of healthcare in this community. We're stepping up because the Healthcare District Board has been the most non-transparent, the most dismissive elected board that I have ever seen, not in this community, just in this community, anywhere. I've never seen a local board who's elected to represent the will of the public, to completely dismiss the will of the public. I'm disgusted by what I've seen over the last 2 years. They do not seem to understand their role as elected representatives. They seem to think that it is their job to share their opinions and that the opinions of the public do not matter. That said, we're stepping up because we need to do so. We're leaders in this community. I care about healthcare. I also would call on the city of Hollister. I guess we got an indication just now that that's probably not going to happen, to support moving ahead with keeping the hospital public. And elected representatives, I'll tell you, one of the things Jerry Hernandez told me on Friday, again, it's going to sound familiar, is that I'm not speaking to you, that I want to speak to you as a constituent. And when she did that, I stopped her in her tracks and told her, I want to speak to you as a constituent of the Healthcare District Board and tell you that what you've been doing is wrong. And the mayor of Hollister does not get to speak as a constituent. You do not get to choose on issues that are the most important issues of the community, that you are suddenly a constituent and you're not speaking as the mayor. I call on the mayor, I call on other members of other jurisdictions in this community to stand up and support keeping this hospital public. Thank you.
No applause, please. We need to keep order in the chambers. If it continues, I will empty the chambers. Let's please just keep it to the facts of what's being said up here from individuals. I appreciate everyone being here, and I appreciate all your input on this and your passion. Okay, who would like to go next? You guys all look at me like I'm a bad guy. Come on. Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, thank you. I think, I don't know about following the big speech there. That's why I'm a little nervous here. But I'll just say I do share a similar sentiment as Supervisor Kosmicki on what he just went through. And I'll just say, generally with the ballot, if there's going to be the inside option on the ballot, we need to have an alternative so that voters know that there is something else on the table. Otherwise, it looks like there's no alternative option. There's just this. There's this or nothing. And that to me just is doing a disservice to the community. I mean, if we're going to have that on there, the community should be aware and should have the option to say, hey, they should know, is there something else that we could go with? Is there an alternative option? So for us not to put this on the ballot just seems like, I mean, I should say at the outset, I also received a call from Jerry Hernandez, who lobbied to vote against this, have me vote against this. But I'll say that the only reason, and I think it's clear, the only reason that certain people don't want this JPA advisory vote on the ballot is because it creates an opportunity that the insight deal is less likely to go through on the ballot. I mean, that's what this is. It's just, you have an alternative. It's obvious that the other option is less likely to go through. But that's sort of the situation. I mean, that's too bad if you want the inside deal to go through, that you don't want another option for voters. But I personally would like to have the option out there. I'd like to have the alternative that people can consider. So that's why I'm just absolutely in favor of having this on the ballot. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. So I just want to start with kind of, the county came into this discussion kind of with the best of intentions and being really, really sincere in the most genuine way to try to help the community come up with an option for keeping things local. The desire from the county and this board, I can tell you wholeheartedly, has never been about control. It was not about us wanting to be in control and thinking we're going to do a better job. It really was about coming together as a community and trying to do everything that we possibly could and exhaust every single resource that we possibly could in keeping things local. And I really, at the end of the day, I have a lot of respect for the hospital district board, for administration. And I think that it's really easy sometimes for us to speculate. And I know when I make decisions up here, I'm criticized and ridiculed all the time. But I will tell you, I'm making the decision that I think is best from my heart, that I really have done my research. I really have talked to constituents. I've done everything that I can to kind of flush things out. And so sometimes people don't understand where I'm coming from. And I don't understand sometimes where the district is, but I just want to change. Maybe there's been a lot of negative, and so I just want to say that I do have a lot of respect for the board and for administration. I do want to say, though, that and I don't want to be up here undermining. However, we have hired our experts, and our experts are telling us a different story, and they are offering ways to potentially keep it local. And so while I know the hospital district board is listening to their experts, I'm sitting on the county board of supervisors, and I'm listening to the experts that we have, as well as I'm listening to the constituents. I have had more people stop me on the street telling me, hey, I want to go with the JPA, and I kind of kept saying, okay, well, call your board member, whoever that sits on the district board. And I've made a lot of phone calls with this decision. I take this decision very, very seriously. And I just think that we have an opportunity to listen to our constituents. And as supervisors, I think that's incredibly important. And I get that money is an issue. And I think that we've dug deep. And I know I've heard that the hospital that the county isn't willing to give more. Honestly, we don't have a lot more to give. There just is not a lot of resources here. We are a pretty poor county when it comes to, we get 11 cents to the dollar on our property taxes, and not every county is the same. Every county is different in what we receive, and that goes back to Prop 13 of 1978. And so we're in the bottom few counties statewide. And so while sometimes it's hard to understand why our roads can't get fixed and why, we're not able to do all these different things, have more deputies and all the different things, we have to be so incredibly careful with our funding. And so for us to offer up $5 million is a huge investment and a huge commitment, I feel like, from this board. I do want to kind of be clear that I understand that money is an issue for the hospital, and I know that they're going to need more. I think this investment of $5 million from the board is, it's the beginning, right? It's the beginning of what it's going to be needed for kind of real progress and making sure that we have quality access to healthcare in this community. And I hope that with so many people that have reached out to me in the community, I hope that in the future, if we have to go down the path of having a bond, which it's very, very likely, right? That if there's equipment, outdated equipment and whatever, I really appreciate Ms. Barragon sharing her story. And it hits home that there's a misdiagnosis because of faulty equipment. We can't have that, right? So I do hope that in the future, that while all of, everybody is in this outcry right now and keep it local and we can do this, and that I hope that in the future, if we have to put a bond on the ballot, I sure as heck hope everybody is going to come out and support that. I believe we can do this together. I believe that, keeping things local and keeping things public and keeping things driven by the needs of this community is going to be much better. We're not ever going to be looking at things as a bottom line financial decision or a motive, but because this is what our community needs. And for those reasons, I'm going to be supportive of this. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez.
This issue kind of creates a dilemma for me. I've been one of the supervisors that has been supportive of trying to assist the hospital in staying open since day one. I think I've been the biggest advocate from the very, very beginning. I've attended the meetings of We the People. I've attended some of the meetings with the hospital board of directors, and I have been on the ad hoc for a short period of time previously. My only concern is at our very last meeting last month, we had a group of people, some of you that are sitting in the audience now, that accused us of putting the finger on the scale of justice and putting pressure on the decision. And so my concern is that this advisory measure is clouding the water. And I kind of sympathize with what Mia Casey said. And again, she was not talking as the mayor, but we haven't even had buy-in yet from the city of Hollister. And this JPA, this Joint Powers Authority, is supposed to be where we're working together, the city, the county, the hospital, and the community to save the hospital. And I understand the county has been working for a long time on the JPA, but there are still some uncertainties out there that haven't been answered for the public, that they're concerned. And so I just feel like this measure, this advisory measure that's being put on the ballot is, I would just say disingenuous, and I'm honest with that word. We should just let the vote of the people go. The hospital for this sale, in order to go through, has to put a measure on the ballot, and the voters will decide whether that is going to be a sale or a transaction that they're going to approve of. And if they're not going to approve of it, then we still have the JPA as an option. We can be Plan B. But I don't think we as a county should be putting our finger on the scale. I really resented last month when we were accused of doing that. And today I sit here and I feel like that's exactly what we're doing. So I can't be supporting this. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Okay, so with all that said, I have a couple of comments. One, I want to thank both supervisors for sitting on the ad hoc with me. It has been an educational experience, to say the least. I do want to make sure it's really clear why I am supportive of putting this measure on the ballot. And the number one reason is because voters need to be informed. And they need to be informed that they have options. Now, am I saying that the JPA is going to be successful? I can't say that. I can't also say that if the sale of the hospital to Insight happens, that it would be successful. But what I can say is I believe, as several of you have stated, I believe from my heart and my gut that if we don't try and keep local control for our community to have a say in the services provided for our residents and the healthcare needs of our residents, that a for-profit organization will have the power to take services away from us, which could cripple and hurt and put our community members in lives in jeopardy. Personally, we can't even think of not having a hospital in this community. The loss of a community hospital would be incredibly devastating. And I thank all the board of directors from the hospital district that did call me. I did get their messages. I did respond if I was able to. Unfortunately, I'm just not in agreement that trying the JPA is the correct move. And the reason that I'm saying the JPA is because the JPA is only successful when partners are working together. If the board of directors at this time chooses to not work with the county, we cannot force them. But we also cannot hold back from the residents and the voters informing them that it is a future option. Now, maybe we do become Plan B. Maybe the advisory measure does not go the way we expect it to go. But that's one of the reasons we want this measure, is to really get the pulse of the residents on where they stand and if they'd like to keep local control. We don't have a lot of money in this community, in this county, and the services and what we have decided to set aside for the hospital, to me, it's a good faith gesture. The whole reason this started is because the hospital district in 2022 came to the board and asked for money. And the board at that time said, we cannot give you money if we do not have some sort of a plan. The county brought on experts and made a plan. Now, the plan is not that we've created the JPA and we know how everything is going to fall together in the JPA. The whole point of the JPA is a negotiation. The hospital district board would negotiate with the county on what that formation of an operating board would look like. And that operating board would be selected by the agreement between the two agencies. This is not a takeover coming from the county. We do not want to be in the hospital business, but we also know if the hospital does not survive, we will, as a county and a community, be deeply impacted. One of the questions I wanted to ask our consultant, Cecilia, if you don't mind coming up, is about bankruptcy and understanding so that the community understands better, I understand better, that the bankruptcy was rejected, but it's under appeal right now.
That's correct.
That's correct, okay. And if the bankruptcy court rules that the appeal is not favorable for the hospital district, then what happens to the financial status of the hospital district? I just kind of want to understand, does it happen immediately? Because all of this had to do with union contracts and union negotiations. So can you explain to me what happens if the appeal for the bankruptcy is not favorable for the hospital district?
So when Judge Johnson made his ruling on the challenge that was placed by the California Nurses Association and the NHW, that decision that the hospital did not qualify for bankruptcy would go into effect unless there was a stay. So the hospital did file a motion asking for a stay of that ruling while the appeal was heard. However, the stay was rejected. So during the appeal process, there is nothing preventing the hospital from being subject to the liabilities that were addressed in the bankruptcy case. So most notably that there were some benefits that had been promised under the 2021 labor agreement that were rescinded. And the value of those benefits just depends on who you're listening to. The judge felt that the value was in the $1 to $2 million range. Mark Robinson at the hospital had indicated that the benefits alone were $3.5 million, and that future pension payments was another $3.5. So somewhere anywhere between $1 and $7 million of liabilities is at play with regard to the union contracts. It is impossible to say at this time whether or not in the course of negotiation with the unions that all of those benefits would be put back in place, or whether or not the liabilities would be made retroactive. So would they need to pay back the nurses for the time that those benefits were rescinded? I cannot tell you. I do know that the NUHW is in negotiations with the hospital right now, and the CNA, I think, later on would go back into negotiations, and so anything could happen there. But as far as the appeal itself, I think that the impact of the judge's decisions should be already felt because the stay was not granted.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I want to emphasize that some of the comments made by the public were about, maybe bringing on an outside operator. Totally agree that conversation needs to happen, but I believe that should be the operating board that is evaluating that. And that may be something that a partnership with an outside organization for operating, but that's where the experts of what the hospital needs to be successful, and then the supporting of the physicians group and rebuilding the whole point and premise of what ECG has presented to us as a board and to you is that the physicians group will feed into the revenue generation, which will bring more services, which brings more revenue, and it becomes a snowball effect. I want to just make sure it's clear what the JPA option is. It does not mean it will be successful. It means it is an option, and I think that the voters need to have that available to them. Besides that, my only other ending comment was commenting on Supervisor Sotelo's very reality statement about the fact that we may have to have a future bond measure. But if we want to keep and retain the hospital locally, starting this JPA and operating board and working very closely with the physicians who will be bringing in the services that we need in this community, it to me is worth that option. If it doesn't happen or doesn't work, then a sale of the hospital could always be revisited, in my opinion. So those are my comments. Is there any additional comments that anybody would like to make? No. Okay, with that, can I get a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'll move that we consider adopting a resolution for San Benito County Advisory Measure to be placed on the November 5th, 2024 ballot as recommended. And secondly, to delegate authority to Founder Work, Inc. to draft any necessary arguments or rebuttals related to the San Benito Healthcare District's measure or measures on the November 5th ballot as recommended.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No.
So it's a 4-1. Okay, I want to thank all of the public for all their comments. I know this is a very, very important issue for our community, and I thank you all for being here today. Okay, we're going to move on to, I was going to say, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back just right before 10:30. Okay, we're going to bring it back. If we could all start taking our seats, we'll get started in 1 minute. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, we have one person missing here, so we're going to wait just 1 minute. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. It will be just a minute. We're waiting for the clerk of the board and assistant clerk of the board, I believe. Dulce, sorry. Of course, we can't start without you. So we're going to bring the meeting back to order, and we're going to move on to item number 2.B, as in boy. And Dulce is going to start it off for us. Thank you so much, Dulce.
Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon. For the 9111, the county contracted with EPS, which is Economic Planning Systems. And we have David here who's going to do the presentation. He's a principal managing partner. So David will do the presentation, and we'll be here for any questions at the end.
Great. Thank you so much. Welcome, David.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm David Zender. I'm a managing principal with Economic and Planning Systems out of the Sacramento office. With me today is Peter Chang, Vice President with EPS, who did a lion's share of the technical work on the report, and he and I will try to answer all your questions. I'm going to give you a brief presentation here, just covering the basics of our 9111 evaluation of the Empower Voters to Make Land Use Decisions initiative. The proposal would be to put this on the November 2024 ballot. And the evaluation conducted by EPS covers all manner of potential impacts, largely focused on fiscal impacts. So the impact on the county's operating budget, both revenues and expenditures. And really the emphasis of that analysis is on evaluating what would be precluded by virtue of a successful initiative vote. So if the initiative passed, what would happen in terms of land use not occurring, and then therefore fiscal benefits not happening. So I'm going to take you through the basics of that. Okay. So in terms of setting, as you all know, San Benito is in a largely we'll say rural location, but it is being approached on all sides. It is under pressure, as you know, to be developed. And so we see that happening from all points north. We know that there's a commute that comes over the Pacheco Pass. We know that there's a tourism economy on the Monterey Peninsula. You're very close to Gilroy. So this sector of 101, sort of between Gilroy and Salinas, is really the operative market area, if you will, for the different commercial nodes that are affected by this initiative. So I'm going to take you through a little bit of context here, and then we'll talk about the impacts. One thing to anticipate is, despite all of the growth pressures that I just discussed, AMBAG, the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, your local COG, has significantly reduced projected growth occurring throughout the AMBAG region. So when you compare it to, say, the last iteration of growth forecast, the current numbers are considerably lower. And that matters because as we consider what might be developed in San Benito County, if you think about a citizens initiative that would take some of that presumably off the table, then lower growth expectations mean there would be less on the table to start with. So in effect, this is an initiative. This is one of our general findings, is that because of the lower growth projections made by AMBAG, the impacts or the unrealized revenue, if you will, is somewhat lower than it otherwise would have been with the higher previous growth projections. So just to put that out in the way of context, these growth projections from AMBAG are lower than they have been, but they're quite normal when you look at growth projections from all manner of providers. So if you look at private projections, Job EQ, or you look at Caltrans projections or Department of Finance, they've all come down. Everybody is sort of ratcheting back the anticipated level of growth, not just in San Benito, but in this general region. All right, so we're going to come back to sort of what the initiative means in terms of affecting growth in just a couple of moments, but first wanted to cover just the main provisions of the initiative. I imagine most of you are very familiar with this, but I'll go down them very quickly. So main provisions are as follows. Any redesignation of agriculture, rural, or rangeland uses would require a vote of the people. The initiative would remove the commercial regional designation, CR, from the general plan. It would remove the CR nodes that accompany or are associated with those with the designation, and redesignate them to non-urban uses. The CR nodes are 4 different nodes located on 101. I'll bring a map up in just a couple minutes to illustrate that. Commercial development would be limited, therefore, to commercial thoroughfare, CT, or commercial neighborhood nodes, previously approved specific plan areas, residential mixed-use areas, and previously designated CN areas. So, and then there's a range of A and R and RG lands can be redesignated by a vote of by the board. And those A, R, and RG lands can be redesignated for housing. The first point was they can be redesignated for public and quasi-public land uses except landfills, and they can also be redesignated for housing by the board in order to comply with state law, state housing law. So that's a flash forward to the findings. There's nothing in this initiative that appears to run afoul of state housing laws that have come forward. So the county should be able to satisfy its 6-cycle RENA obligations. So we don't see that as being an issue. And it should also be noted that the San Juan Oaks, Santana Ranch, and Fairview Corners specific plans would be exempted by the initiative. Okay. On the commercial node policy, just a couple of notes. The general plan was adopted in 2015 and amended thereafter. One policy, LU5, established 16 commercial nodes throughout the county, designated for those 3 uses: commercial regional, commercial thoroughfare, and commercial neighborhood. And they vary by designation depending where they are and so forth. This initiative would eliminate 4 CR nodes on Highway 101 and leave everything else intact. So basically, you're taking 4 out of the 16 and removing those. You still have 12 nodes left in the county. So here's a map that shows the yellow circle is encompassing the 4 regional nodes. The Highway 101, it's a little bit faint, but it's sort of a pink line that connects the red dots, if you will. And excuse me, a couple things to note here. You can actually see on this map sort of Gilroy popping up there from the north. And, Gilroy, should be noted, has an immense amount of commercial development and services and is the major competitor on the 101 corridor, Morgan Hill before it. So from South San Jose moving south to Salinas, you encounter a lot of viable highway commercial services in Gilroy. And then after you pass through sort of the San Benito segment, you run into Prunedale. I would estimate about 20 miles down the road. Might be a little off on that, maybe 30. And then you have obviously Salinas after that. So you have a lot of competition around you for regional commercial uses. I think that's really important to note. So again, that's important because when you look at the amount of acreage that is concentrated in these 4 nodes, it's considerable. And if you look at the amount of total development across the 4 nodes, you're talking about 2 million square feet almost. It's 1.8. So 2 million square feet of commercial uses in 4 nodes across a relatively short segment of 101 is a lot of development. So the charge that we have is to think about how this affects you and your general plan and sort of the overall situation. So here's some notes on land capacity at build out. Based on prior work by ADE and EMC Planning Group, commercial nodes have development capacity of 159 net acres. And then, so that is basically 1.92 million square feet of development. If you look at all of the commercial nodes throughout the county, you have 8.7 million square feet of development. So passage of the initiative would remove the 1.9 and you'd be left with 6.8 million square feet of commercial in the county. So just ratcheting down a little bit when you look at the big picture, okay? But the big change is in that you're removing 4 nodes that basically are served by 101. And you don't have a lot of infrastructure that's necessary to connect those nodes because of US 101. And there's not a lot of, kind of other costs capital-wise, but except for what the private sector would build. So therefore, these nodes would be, if they were built out totally, very, very beneficial to the county. However, there's in the next 10 years, according to AMBAG, growth rates are going to be very, very low. And so, I think we have to more focus on the next 10 or 11 years, looking out to 2035. That's really the operative time frame that we're focused on. And then going out beyond that is highly speculative. So it's going to take a long time, or it would, if these nodes were to stay in place, it would take a very long time for those to be completed. It would be speculative to imagine even how those might be phased. So that's a very long-term proposition. So we focused on the next 10 years in this analysis. And basically, what we're going to talk about going forward is how much development was precluded in the next 10 years by 2035, and what are the fiscal implications of that? How much money is sort of not realized by the county by virtue of not being able to develop those 4 commercial nodes in their entirety. All right, so we talked a little bit about the projections. San Benito County is projected to slow its growth, both in terms of population and employment. AMBAG's draft 2026 forecast projects growth of 0.5% through 2035. If you look at Caltrans and DOF in comparison, they're somewhat higher, almost double. But for a number of reasons, we believe it's important to acknowledge and respect the AMBAG projection. That is the official projection that oversees this region and is what's used in terms of making investment decisions in infrastructure for transportation and so forth. But you can see that prior to this, the projection was around 3%. So that is quite a ratchet back in terms of going from a fairly rapid growth expectation to a very conservative growth expectation. All right. Housing in the county also matters. That is a big part of the support for all of the commercial nodes, less a part of the support for the highway nodes, although they may sort of service some of those populations and businesses around those nodes. We believe, though, to the extent that those commercial nodes are eliminated, some of that sales activity to locals and businesses would shift to some of the other nodes in the interior of the county. Overall, housing is expected to grow a little faster than employment at 1.2% annually, and in the unincorporated county, a little bit slower. Because it is mostly directed to Hollister and San Juan Bautista. So the other parts of the county are not expected to incur quite as rapid growth in that regard. So the AMBAG's 2026 forecast as it pertains to the unincorporated county is 0.3%. Which would be associated with roughly 100,000 square feet of commercial development. Okay, so when we look at the 101 corridors, one of the centers that has started early, if you will, is the Bedabel Center. There was an approval of nearly 100,000 square feet at that center. That approval is in litigation. But it's our assumption, just for purposes of analysis, that project is moving forward. So when you think about that, and then you think about another, from the growth projections and sort of analysis of what's going on here, another 100,000 square feet being developed, we think that's a reasonable sort of range of development, order of magnitude, a couple 100,000 square feet over the next 10 years. In that part of San Benito County. In effect, because the Bedabel piece has already been approved, the only piece that would be affected that's been proposed, or not proposed, but is expected to move forward based on market conditions such as the factors shown here, generally good sort of regional tourism and visitor spending trends and then some other modest factors. We think that it is supportable to do another 100,000 square feet, and that's what would be effectively taken off the table by the initiative. So the fiscal analysis is looking at not realizing 100,000 square feet of commercial retail. That is the major impact. All right. So when we think about that, the foregone fiscal impact, and you can see on the bottom section of this slide, would be $751,000 per year. That's what you would receive if the initiative failed and development went forward as we anticipate. You would receive $750,000 annually. The initiative would basically preclude that. It would not be a cost. I want to make that really clear. The initiative is not causing a cost to the county. It's only precluding the realization of some upside. And that upside through 2035 is $750,000. I don't want to talk too much about the build-out numbers because those numbers are big. That's basically a regional mall on 101 through 4 different nodes. Excuse me, and we would that would require. Well, it would be virtually impossible to anticipate how quickly that will build out beyond 2035. But if you were to literally assume it all developed to its full potential, but it's all precluded, then that would be 14.8 million annually, which is a huge number. But again, it's very, very sort of, theoretical. I should also note that the initiative, because it reduces the square footage of development, would also reduce the amount of development impact fee revenue that the county receives. However, because impact fee revenue is calibrated to offset infrastructure requirements, if you don't have to build the infrastructure, you don't need the impact fees. So it's not a huge finding in and of itself, but it is worth noting that the county does take in less in the way of that revenue source as a result of less development. Other policy consistency, so it's not all about fiscal, there's other policy considerations here. In terms of the general plan, the amended policy would remove land use authority from the county elected officials for these, for the ag, rural, and rangeland designations. It would create inconsistencies with administrative policies, it would require the county to maintain cost and time-efficient approval processes and consult with incorporated cities to amend or change land use. So it would be a bigger deal to make, to basically plan for future development in the county. It becomes much more onerous and difficult. I happen to live in the city of Davis, where we also do ballot box planning. It was Measure J that was passed, and so it has made it difficult in my city to sort of plan how much housing is going to occur in the city. So there's ripple effects of that, just in terms of the uncertainty and the inability to sort of make long-range infrastructure plans. It's a very difficult thing to quantify specifically, but generally we know it makes it more difficult to plan for growth when you don't know what's going to be approved on a case-by-case basis. So that's certainly something to think about. Restriction on the, there's a landfill restriction potentially interferes with public facilities and services policy. So the bottom line here is that the county, will have to ensure an adequate solid waste system capacity regardless. The initiative, we don't think plays into that necessarily, doesn't necessarily have any impact on the county's ability to do that. Under zoning, removal of the CR nodes creates a little bit of inconsistency between the zoning designation and the general plan designation. So from a planner perspective, it just creates a little bit of complexity. And there are a number of other sort of minor notes here. And I guess I should note that the county is working on an ag element presently, and that the initiative could potentially reduce the county's ability to work on amendments to this ag plan if it should suggest developing significantly in the unincorporated areas of the county. So there are things like that that could crop up potentially. So a few sort of wonky planning kind of consistency issues. The main thing is the inability to realize highway service commercial revenue, much of that stemming from people passing through the county, in addition to those who live near these nodes. But certainly the removal of those 4 nodes would force the county to look elsewhere for kind of revenue upside in the future. Won't be able to count on what otherwise would be significant flow of funds coming from those commercial regional nodes on 101. So that was a lot. Thank you for your attention. Appreciate it. And we look forward to answering any questions. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, David, for that presentation. We're going to open it up to public comment. And just so everybody is on board here, this is a receive the 9111 report and a summary of the presentation and discuss and accept the report. That is what the action item is, just to make it clear.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise hand icon. First, we have Anthony Botello.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Honorable Board. You know, the initiative that you're about to place on the November ballot is so-called Let the Voters Decide on Future Growth.
Okay, I'm going to stop you, Anthony. Hold on 1 second. The actual initiative is the resolution, which is the next item. This is just the 9111 report. I just want to make sure that that's
I'm sorry. Then I wrote down the wrong item.
I think you want to be on the next one.
I apologize, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just trying to keep on topic.
Mary Shakran.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to point out some flaws in the 9111 report. I think the primary one that really stood out to me is that there are 3 counties in California that have adopted this type of initiative. They've done it. Napa was the first, then Sonoma County and Ventura. They have done it not just for a few years, they have done it for, I believe, over 30 years in the case of Napa. And in the case of Sonoma, it was almost 30 years. Case of Ventura, over, I think, 28 years. So there's a lot of economic data there. And as scientists, social scientists, you would think that they would have looked at that data. There's nothing in the 9111 report about the many benefits of this type of initiative. I've talked to the people who live in those counties. They think that this county really saved them, especially Ventura County. Ventura County said they could have ended up like Orange County. Orange County was an agricultural county. They lost most of their agriculture, orange groves. So I really think that this is a huge flaw in this 9111 report. I do not think you should even accept this report. The fact that our taxpayers helped to pay for this, to me, is an outrage. I think it was a waste of money. And if it was a report that was fair, it would have pointed out the many benefits. As you all know, Napa, Sonoma, and Ventura counties are doing quite well. They're not suffering right now economically. So I think that should have been pointed out. The other thing that I think was not adequately pointed out in the 9111 report are the costs of developing, for example, in the Highway 101 nodes. That is really far away from these population centers. You would have to send the sheriff quite far. You would have to send the fire people out there. Those are costs that are not adequately evaluated. So what are the costs of developing? The other thing that could happen, I think, that's not discussed enough is that when you are building brick and mortar shops, all these things that are out there, Amazon is taking away 3% of retail business a year. That's huge. So I think that those types of things are not adequately talked about. The discussion about AMBAG, speculating that the population is declining, I think that that's cherry picking the data. Our data, if you look at the U.S. Census data for San Benito County, we are the fastest growing county in the state of California from 2020 to 2023. In the decade before that, we were the second fastest growing county. And I think that the AMBAG data is probably focusing on other counties. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Andy Shakaran.
Good morning. One of my favorite quotes is by George Bernard Shaw. He said, if all the economists were laid end to end, they would not reach a conclusion. Unfortunately, George Bernard Shaw did not understand what happens when economists are hired to reach a conclusion. And in this case, and we want to see all communications. Our attorney requested it. Colin Kosmicki requested all communications between the county and this consultant. It's clear that this was an effort to reach a conclusion and then find evidence to get to that conclusion. And why do we need a conclusion that says that there's negative effects? Because the purpose of this report is to provide ammunition for those against the Citizens Initiative so they can cherry pick quotes to put on their literature. That's the role of these kinds of reports in many, many counties. It's a misuse of public funds. It's a disservice to the public. Let's start with the major thing that they focused on, which was the red herring of the nodes along Highway 101. If you remember, after our referendum rejected the nodal development on 101, the Bell developer came back to the county and said, give me some other kind of zoning to do exactly the same project that I wanted to do in the first place. And the county did that. We filed suit, and Judge Rodriguez said, the county can do that. So nothing in this initiative precludes the development of any nodes along Highway 101. All it does is it says the public will participate in those decisions. So the entire focus of this report is groundless. You wasted your money, and you did it in order to, because certain people wanted to have those quotes to be able to campaign against what the public wants in this issue. I urge you to reject this report. One of the things, you know, I'm a teacher. I would give this report a D. One thing that was of value was it said it doesn't impact our ability to meet our housing needs. So that's good. The other thing that when they talked about it diverting economic activity elsewhere, that means good for San Juan Bautista, because people would go there to spend their money instead of along the Highway 101 where there are some real problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Fallon Gregg.
Good morning, Madam, and good morning, Board. The 99111 report was an expensive use of taxpayers' money by supervisors to support the sky is falling theory. As in the case of the recent 9111 report, which reflects the biases of supervisors and will be used to confuse voters, enabling an outcome that is beneficial to the supervisors. 9111 reports rarely, if ever, have anything positive to share. For the past 10 years, the sky is falling is the cry that supervisors emit whenever citizens' initiatives or referendums appear on the ballot that would preserve and protect rural, ranch, or agricultural lands from development. Although through it all, the San Benito County still has managed to stand. Our supervisors are so intent on all the negative aspects of the 9111 report, they are unable to see any practical aspects of the Empowering Voters Initiative. The initiative is a positive way to grow San Benito County's economy and still keep its rural, ranch, and agricultural heritage. It's been done in other counties very successfully, specifically in Napa, Sonoma, and Ventura. Churro. I've yet to hear that any delegation from San Benito County has visited any of these counties to talk to their supervisors, mayors, or city planners. They might learn how these formerly poor rural counties transform themselves into highly successful tourist destinations while keeping their rural ranch and agricultural lands free from development. San Benito County would mirror these counties, as it also has an abundance of beautiful rural land and large ranches. Sadly, urban sprawl has taken over much of the agricultural
Okay,
land.
I'm gonna interrupt you. You need to stay focused just on the 9111 report, not the actual initiative. That's the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But with the progressive vision instead of a negative outlook, there is still time to make good use of what the San Benito County has to offer. This current 9111 report is just another negative bias report that supervisors commissioned and will use to continue to keep San Benito County from developing its full potential as a tourist destination. The 9111 report is not helpful at all, a waste of taxpayers' money, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Oladia Nardi.
I would just like to call attention to the fact that when our group presented a wording for putting the initiative on the local ballot, that it is being blocked from doing that, that you want to make it a lot more misunderstandable, a lot less clear.
Okay, we need to stay focused, ma'am, on the 9111 report, not the actual initiative. That's the next item.
All right.
Okay?
I'll come back again.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie Harmison.
Okay, I'm back. The 9111 report. From my understanding, it's usually for bond issues or things like that to show what the actual effects of the bond will be, or the school bonds or whatever. This is kind of a sham. It's ridiculous. These are all, brought out in, his head is how he thinks this is going to happen, and the nodes, and we're going to get so much money from the nodes and this and that. Everything was so negative. There's got to be some positives about not doing this, not following this 9111. This person's from Davis, and he starts talking about Davis. Come on, this is Hollister, and we've got real problems with this 9111 because you're blocking what shouldn't be blocked, using something that shouldn't have been done by somebody who doesn't know. And I'm sorry, he doesn't know. And all these 101 nodes and all this stuff, we do not need that. I mean, what's going to end up happening is more traffic stuffed out there. I mean, he's saying all this revenue we're going to get from this. These are all up in his head. He does not have that knowledge. We do not have that knowledge. But we do know that we didn't need this report to get this initiative. So I'm totally against you guys accepting this report because it is a sham, it's ridiculous, and it should never have been brought in the first place.
Thank you for your comments.
Larry Rebecki.
Yeah, good morning. Our group finds this report to be unreasonable, and we find it unreasonable that you, the board, want a 9111 economic report that really hypothetically, all these things are just projections that states that San Benito County will lose millions of dollars if the ballot measure passes in November. you have to face reality. There have been a lot of mistakes made in regards to generating revenue in the past by past boards. I mean, you're not really culpable for what the decisions were in the past. But where San Benito County actually loses money is giving out-of-county developers discounted impact fees. That's where you lose millions of dollars. You discount impact fees. That's where you can gain money, real money. This is the main reason our residents suffer. We suffer. Crowded roads that are in poor condition. Crowded schools. Now we have to pass bond issues. The residents suffer. They have to pay more on their property taxes. Be realistic. We have made bad decisions in the past. We're trying to empower people to make decisions because of the failures of the past board members. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Joseph Howard.
Hello, folks. It's nice to see you guys again. Luckily, I got the day off. It wasn't scheduled for work today. Just want to say that I want to just go ahead and come out right out and say that I noticed pretty early in a page on section ES6 of the 9111 report the phrase "would potentially." So I mean, right off the bat, we're already talking hypotheticals. And I mean, to their credit, they did give educated guesses. I mean, that's calculated guesses. There are numbers involved, and that's pretty good. Unfortunately, it is still speculation. Here's some numbers from the past, which are realized numbers that have actually happened. We've gained less than 3 people per prime acre of farmland we've lost. And we've gained less than 1 person per acre of important farmland we've lost between 1984 and 2020. This initiative should have happened in 2020. It should have happened in 2014, and it honestly should have happened in 1992. This was a long time coming.
Please stay focused on the 9111 report, the initiative. Thank you.
Now, as for the positives, as for the opportunity costs and highlighted by this report, pretty interesting. However, they don't really mention opportunity benefits or even the opportunity cost of not passing the initiative. For example, the development on that Highway 101 nodes, the red herring people love to talk about. Compressed, when you compress the dirt, when you pave over it, water tends to run off a little bit more. If we have a year like we did in 2022, or heck, even 2023, 2024, it's just the last 2 rain years, so to speak. A lot of that water is going to run right off into the mouth of the Pajaro River, and maybe we don't suffer the consequences of that, but someone's going to suffer the consequences of that someday. And I don't know if we could be held liable for that, but if we can, that would be disastrous, because that could kill someone. I'd like to also point out the critical nature of the 9111 report. I don't know if there was a 9111 report for Measure J, but I imagine it probably would have been just as severe, simply because that's just kind of the way these things go. But as we all can tell, maybe Measure J was the right way to go 10 years ago when we stopped big oil from ravaging our environment. Let's see, we've also lost our, between 1984 and 2020, our prime farmland has gone down by 1/3. And our important farmland has gone down by 43%. And as for the potential gains, I don't see how that's quite reasonable. I mean, yeah, maybe there's gonna be more people around and more businesses. I don't see how those businesses could stay afloat though, because I can tell you firsthand as a commuter who crosses the county lines on a regular basis, I'd never want to stop somewhere and go shopping when I'm leaving work or I'm going on vacation. If I'm stuck in traffic for an hour, all I want to do is just get to where I want to go and then figure out what I'm going to do. We're not going to be the destination of somewhere. We're going to be the spot in between San Jose and the Pinnacles, or the spot between San Jose, Santa Cruz, or San Jose and Monterey. We're never going to be the center of tourism or traffic. That money's not ours, and it will never be ours.
Thank you for your comment.
Sean Herrera. Elias Salinas.
Thank you. The 9111 report is basically done so that we know what can economically happen in San Benito County. And obviously, some of these folks never run a business. San Benito County is a business. It's a business to run the county. And you do projections, and you do figure out whether or not how many widgets you're going to be able to do in how much time and in how many years, and what the projection will be on the money you'll be able to make. That's just basic 101 business. This is different. What's different? We're not Napa County, and we're not Sonoma County, and we're not Ventura County. Their agriculture is wine, it's vineyards, grapes. We have a very small percentage of that in San Benito County. You cannot focus on tourism when you only have a handful of wineries. There's potential, and there's something in the works for the future that I hope will come to fruition. But in the meantime, 101 is a thoroughfare from Northern California to Southern California. In the 1940s, a family whose name I don't recall at the moment, they decided to build a hotel off of 101 between San Francisco and Los Angeles. It's called the Madonna Inn. That's why it started. So people could stay somewhere at a halfway point from wherever they were going. What are we missing here in San Benito County is the revenue that can be brought in by a hotel, by a rest stop, by a restaurant. The money would stay in San Benito County. If we had businesses like that in San Benito County, we could, at the end of the day, the county would have the revenue to hire more deputies so that we actually could have full-time deputies in the Aromas area, in San Juan Bautista, and the west part of San Benito County. What can be negative about that? We complain we don't have the fire, we don't have the resources for having more law enforcement. This is a start. And to stop this from happening is economically devastating to San Benito County.
Thank you for your comment.
On Zoom, Julio, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Can you come back to me?
You're the last one.
Can you give me 1 second?
1 second. Start the time, and you'll have to eat some of your 3 minutes.
Okay, I can comment.
Okay, you've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
That's fine. I just want to.
I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you.
Julio, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Not really, no. You're breaking up really bad.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now. Maybe not. Okay, Julio, I don't think we're going to be able to get your comments because your connection is not clear. Yeah, I'm sorry. We cannot hear you, so we're going to have to move on. Is there anything you can do? No, nothing? Okay.
Yeah. No other comments.
Okay, so that...
No worries.
Oh, we heard you there. Hold on. It's still clicking, so can you try and say something?
if I leave the building, basically, it's give me like.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to work for. Yeah, I'm so sorry about the connection issues. So we're going to have to move on. We're going to bring it back. Was that the last one on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Zanger.
Sure, yeah. I had some questions for the is it EPS. I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
Got it. So thank you for being here in the presentation and all. I had some questions. First, so I was looking at the some of the tables and the slides and talking about the 2035 scenario with the 100,000 square feet, basically. So it says annual revenue 835 minus the annual expense at 84,000. How is the annual expense calculated?
Yeah, all the revenues.
Can we, make sure you're talking into the mic.
Revenues and expenses are drawn from the county's most recent published budget. And so what we've done is we created budget multipliers off the major revenue categories and then the major service categories. So it's basically a linear extrapolation of your current budget.
Okay, got it. And then in the analysis here, considering that we're 11 cents on the dollar in terms of property tax, so with residential development and suburban sprawl, in the long run, it's a net negative for us. Was that factored in that this could potentially limit the residential suburban sprawl down the road? And was that factored in fiscally?
No, I think that is a possible effect, but we didn't focus on a large reduction of residential development. Peter, anything you would add to that?
Yeah, I think that the one thing that the commercial nodes, at least as far as the zoning goes, our understanding was that it precludes residential development already. So it's kind of like, if you eliminate those sites as commercial sites, it's not going to impact on the housing one way or another.
Right, but beyond the nodes, I mean, the initiative isn't just about these 4 spaces, right, on 101. I'm saying generally, I guess, considering that I think it's fair to say the most of the community would generally be opposed to more residential growth, at least what we've been experiencing. So I think they would vote against converting other ag land or something like this to residential. And I just wish that it's hard to, if that's not factored in, it's hard to get a full, picture of the fiscal, future, I guess, with this analysis.
There is some spending support from residents in the 100,000 estimate that we allowed to be built in our model for the nodes, the commercial nodes. So we assumed that part of the spending support for that 100,000 would come from unincorporated residents. But it's a very slow growing segment of population, so it doesn't really add up to that much compared to the support you get from kind of regional through travelers.
Yeah.
It's just a very small component.
Right, I understand that. I think I was talking more about the infrastructure net negative of residential growth down the road. Right. That was kind of the big thing that stood out to me with it. Just that it's hard to get an idea. I know you can only do so much, but it's hard to get an idea with something like that missing. I think that's all the questions I have as far as the report goes, but I do have a couple of things to say other than that. I'll just say that, and I appreciate the explanation of the build out versus the 2035, and as stated, it's kind of ridiculous to look at the build out numbers, so we'll just stick with the 2035 on that. And with reports like this, as with the data that can be, I guess, brought forward and thought of, it's just there's so many things that are just too hard to quantify, I guess, going forward to get a real, I guess, picture of things going forward. So that's where I'm in with the 9111 report. I don't think I had any of the questions on that, so that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah. So you indicated your view of negative impacts from a similar Measure J in Davis with regard to ballot box planning. Are you personally opposed to the policy in Davis, and are you personally opposed to the proposed initiative here?
No, I have no bias whatsoever in that regard.
But you did state that it was causing challenges. That was your opinion.
It has, in the case of Davis.
He's talking to the mic so that the Zoom people can hear
In
you.
the case of Davis, what you see is just a slower growth rate in terms of housing production. And as a almost a no growth community, housing prices have really increased.
But you seem to have a negative viewpoint of the policy itself in Davis.
No, it's no, I wouldn't say that. I would say that I am agnostic on that. I think that.
But then why did you bring it up?
Because being familiar with the city and being a consultant to the city, I am aware of the city's, desire to have longer-term planning, but it makes it very difficult for them to know where those trunk lines should be ahead of time, things like that.
Okay.
Those are some of the comments I've heard.
Okay, and then I did ask for communications from the county, between the county and the consultant. I have not received that yet, so I just want to make sure that I do receive those communications, whatever emails, directives that were given, sent to the consultant. And then, I guess since we're here and there's going to be a decision made and I won't see that information, what was the direction given to you as far as specifically what to develop?
As I recall, we did have some discussion around the AMBAG projections. And so we ended up, we did receive some support from staff for using the current AMBAG because that's been used in other projects. So I think there was a desire to remain consistent as far as use of projections from one project to the next. That's the only thing I can recall. I think there is some data clarifications along the way, some normal back and forth. Other than that, no direction whatsoever.
But the directive, the overall purpose of the report and what you were asked to do?
Oh, just simply to evaluate to develop an analysis of the citizen initiative with emphasis on fiscal impacts and touching on other relevant impacts.
And were any county supervisors involved in directing staff or the consultant on what we were looking for out of this document?
I think Dulce would be able to answer that.
No supervisor was involved in directly communicating with staff and or the consultant.
No communications whatsoever on what we were
Not with
looking
any
for?
board members. No.
Okay. And then, so build out is essentially the scenario of what if we built every square inch of available developable space?
It's basically what the general plan policy allows. If you build it all the way out to all the way out to capacity.
Okay, but that, so then there should be an acknowledgement, and I think Supervisor Zanger referred to this, that that's completely unrealistic. And I would guess not the desire of the community either, yet it's sort of the crux outcome of the report itself. And that's where I get some concern as far as it's really the emphasis of the report is that essentially there's an implication to the community that the initiative is going to cost San Benito County $15 million in net revenue over time, a year. That's why I'm bringing this up, because I just, what I'm getting at, and I'm strictly talking about the 9111 report, and I have been skeptical of these reports in the past. I regret supporting, I was hopeful that this would be a neutral report. And I regret voting in favor of doing this because it just seems like this concept that this is, that we're going to come out of this and it's going to cost us $15 million in annual revenue is what now is potentially going to be communicated to the community. And I just want to reemphasize that that's the absolute maximum development that we could see in these areas. That's correct. And that's what build out means, because it wasn't really overly clear in the report. When I saw build out, I initially thought, well, I didn't think there was a timeline for this initiative. In my understanding, there is no timeline for the initiative. So build out it just leaves things a little bit vague. And I would hope that whoever's campaigning on either side of this isn't going around saying this is going to cost $15 million a year in net revenue to the county, when we should be acknowledging that that's wholly unrealistic. That's all on that. And then how were the estimated costs determined when it comes to, and were they accounted for when it comes to what I would say are inevitable and very costly infrastructure needs associated with development in the unincorporated areas? I think we all know that whether you consider it sprawl or whatever you want to call it, that when you have developments that are miles from city services, that there are going to be road improvements in particular. There are going to be water and sewer infrastructure needs that arise from those that aren't accounted for necessarily in the current county budget, which is what you've referenced being your baseline. So how is future theoretical infrastructure costs accounted for?
Yeah, so the report focuses on annualized service costs. And so it uses a daytime population multiplier, which is population plus half of the employment divided by the departmental expenses. And then it extrapolates from the square footage and the value, et cetera, to project forward the impact on the county department. The question of the capital infrastructure itself, the county would receive development impact fees for that capital. We've quantified that in the report. A lot of those capital costs would be borne by the private sector, and there would be basically in each case a feasibility study to determine sort of how the infrastructure would be done. And presumably the annualized costs would be picked up by the budget multipliers that we established. The actual infrastructure in the ground, that we assume that these projects must pay for themselves, that they have to move forward in a solvent, responsible manner where they anticipate the cost of infrastructure and build that into their pro forma, make appropriate payments to the county through impact fees or development agreement or what have you in each case, and that the infrastructure would effectively take care of itself.
Okay, and in an ideal world, that's how things work historically in San Benito County, and that's also what I'm going to get at here is I don't see any historical context as far as what actual growth have we seen in the last 20 or 30 or 40 years and incorporating that into this. I don't have faith that they're going to pay for all their costs, first of all, because that's never how it's happened around here. And then second of all, just the dollar amounts of $2.3 million at quote build out, which is theoretically years and years down the line annually, $2.3 million in costs in 17 seems wholly unrealistic to me. I've got to be frank. And then 17.1, I believe, $million in revenue is also wholly unrealistic. So that's where I'm not sure what to take away from the report, other than we all know that there may be some economic impact. Using these precise numbers, and what I'm going to get at is that I just think using precise numbers like this, I would advise in the future that you either show a range of possibilities or that you don't come away with these exact dollar amounts, which are essentially pie in the sky, no offense, because I'm sure you're great at accounting and math, but you use valid formulas, but this ain't happening. It's basically what I'm getting at. I'll try to be quick here otherwise. First off, AMBAG projection, since you mentioned that was a really important part of this analysis. I have zero faith in AMBAG projections. They aren't relevant. I have to say, they've been all over the place with their projections. Just this past March, we received data that showed that our unincorporated area was going to grow from somewhere around 20,000 residents to 35,000 residents in the next 2 decades, which is 75% growth. And now 4 months later, I'm hearing that they've suddenly switched their calculations and we're going to see basically 0% growth. So I just think that, to me, toss that out the window, throw that in the pile of things to toss out the window here, because it's irrelevant. I can't trust AMBAG. I think there's a lot of political influence on AMBAG, frankly, as far as the projections that they come away with. I don't think it's based on reality whatsoever. And I just think it has to be made clearer to the public that this is an unrealistic outlook, and that, it is meant to be used. I think we all know this. This sort of stuff, and I am never going to support one of these 911 reports again. I don't care what side of the issue on. I will vow to never support another 911 report because they are used as political tools rather than objective resources of information. And the fact alone that it's lacking completely, wholly any historical data whatsoever, which is the most reliable, by the way, would be the most reliable foundation of information to predict the future, is to look at what's happened in the past, is completely left out of this report. Is a huge problem, and it definitely it taints it. And so no historical data. Why would anyone believe that we're going to see this massive uptick in commercial industrial growth if we haven't had such a massive uptick in commercial growth? So yes, we need more jobs. We need more lodging businesses, I would say, in some commercial areas. High-paying career jobs that keep commuters closer to home are more preferable. But I guess I can get, I guess rural areas aren't necessarily meant for massive urbanization. So the report itself that's using Gilroy and Salinas, I guess, as primary examples of comparisons as well was somewhat bothersome to me. Gilroy and Salinas are, they're municipalities, they're cities, they're urban areas. Go ahead.
I mentioned those as in the context of them being competition to San Benito.
Yeah, I get it.
And that is part of the modest sizing, the rather modest allocation of 100,000, actually a little bit less than 100,000 square feet to the 2035 period. So I spoke of a relatively low allocation of square footage there. And with that, also I want to be really clear that we're not talking about fiscal impacts per se. We're talking about not realizing potential future income. It's different than realizing an impact. I just wanted to be very clear about that. And, but I agree. I agree that Salinas and Gilroy are legitimate highway service commercial nodes. And that's part of the reason that we actually didn't assign like a massive amount of development to that initial 10 years. And I also wanted everybody to recognize that the emphasis, and I think it's emphasized in the report, is on that the 10-year outlook is more reliable than the build out. And I mentioned that in my earlier remarks. The build out it's a theoretical number off in the future. It's a long time away. So I just wanted to make those clarifications.
I just hope that whoever plans to do any sort of campaigning, because I don't want to be exploited as somebody that supported this. I just want to make sure then that whoever does any campaigning is listening to this, and that we don't use that number, because that number it's theoretical nonsense, frankly. As long as there's an acknowledgement that number itself is unrealistic, then, and hopefully that this doesn't become used as a political tool. That's my concern. I would say that, as far as just really quickly, Gilroy and Salinas were used, but Coyote Valley and San Martin weren't. I would say that just really to wrap this up, that again, I've been skeptical of these in the past. I supported this contracting for this report because I want to see a productive, neutral discussion. It should offer a range of possibilities, but I can't support. I know you did what you were told to do, but I can't support these going forward, and I can't support accepting the report either. Thank you.
Supervisor, who would like to go? Gonzalez?
First of all, I want to say thank you for your report. I consider it an expert report, and I consider you an expertise, contrary to what my other colleague had just articulated. It is our responsibility to be fiscally prudent and do our due diligence to make sure that we look at all of the aspects whenever we are making a decision up here. So I thank you for the report. And however the numbers are referred to, pie in the sky, whatever that they're referred to, I look at them as numbers as a basis in which the county is going to be impacted negatively, and that's potential revenue that we will have or not have if this measure goes forward. So I thank you for your projections that you gave us. $750,000 per year, and at net build out, $14.8 million is significant. And we're here trying to work on the prosperity of the county and moving forward, and develop economic development. I also looked at the page that had the, what did you call it? You said policy consistencies. I saw it more as policy inconsistencies and the detriment that this initiative is going to create for the county and the county moving forward. It'll create inconsistencies with policy, with administrative policies. It'll create inconsistencies with commercial uses. It'll interfere with public facilities, and it will create potential inconsistencies between zoning and the general plan designation. Now that concerns me because individuals who own property here in San Benito County need to be able to know what the value of their property is and how they can develop it in the future and reap any kind of revenue that might be derived from that. But this initiative has the potential to totally put a detriment to all of that potential. And so I thank you for the report. I consider it valid. I thank you for the numbers, and I appreciate you doing your due diligence and the effort that you did for us. I will be approving this report. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for doing the report. And I recognize that a lot of it is speculation. You're doing the best of your ability with the information that you have and with the degrees. I mean, you are experts in this field. And so I appreciate it. I agree with some of the policy kind of inconsistencies that are kind of really troubling. I realize that, you're talking future build out at this $14.8 million, I think it is. But I think there's a lot of speculation as well on the other side that we're going to have this really robust tourist, we're going to become this tourist destination. I sure hope that is true, but that's speculation in the same way, right? Like, I think we need to work together as a community, and we've got to diversify our funding here. We cannot rely on property taxes here. We need to capture revenue from all sorts of areas, and no, we don't want to give away our, our prime farmland. And I think that is what makes us a unique, wonderful community. I thought it was really interesting. I think there were some comments about, I'll start with kind of the farmland. So according to the USDA, so the U.S. Department of Agriculture, their consensus, we have increased by 5% from 2017 to 2022. This is not my report. I didn't come up with this. This is according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. In the past 5 years, we've increased 5% for ag lands. So, and I just pulled it up to just confirm, like, am I correct? And did I see that? And yes, it is. It is there. I would recommend that we look at it. And so I think that, while it is a very, very important industry, it's what makes us unique. It's what makes us special. We have done a good job in preserving that, and I want to keep doing that. But I think there's this misconception that gets thrown around that we're just developing all of our farmlands, and that is absolutely not true. And then the other thing with AMBAG, I sit on AMBAG as well as Supervisor Zanger. I think there's been a lot of conversation and talks that go into these AMBAG forecasted numbers. I think every single jurisdiction that participates in AMBAG, which is all of us, Monterey County and all the cities within Monterey, Santa Cruz and all the cities within Santa Cruz, as well as San Benito and the 2 cities within San Benito County. And AMBAG has done such a great job in reaching out and meeting with every single jurisdiction to ensure that what we have kind of forecasted has been included in part of their forecast. We kind of said, hey, wait a minute, there's some things that we think you don't have there. A lot of the growth that the numbers that are being shown right now, actually, much of that change was in, I think it was 2020 to 2023. What they're expecting kind of really moving forward is exactly what you're talking about. It is the lower numbers. I actually think that our employment forecast is, the majority of that employment forecast has already happened. I want to say the next 10, 15 years, we're expecting, it's under 100 jobs that are coming to the county. We are in dire straits. And I think it's important that the community understand that. And so, I think that those numbers are important. I don't think we should dismiss them just because we don't agree with them. I think we should try to understand them. And so I have met with staff from planning and building, and we've really kind of looked at some of these things and say, what? Hold on, I don't think this number is right. I think you missed this development that is in the pipeline. It's already been approved here. You need to make sure that this is here. I think you missed this dorm style housing, which is farm worker. We went through with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that our county numbers were correct. And so, I don't think the final numbers have been released quite yet. They're still fine-tuning it, and it's a kind of a living document. It's always kind of changing. I think coming, when nobody predicted COVID-19 and the pandemic, that changed a lot of things, and I think that's where we're starting to see the downward shift in a lot of this growth and population and employment and all of those sorts of things. And so I think that's really where a lot of the shift kind of going down is coming from.
Yeah, and this has been borne out in a lot of the forecasts over the last few years. Really what's happening is that you now have more data points since the beginning of the pandemic. And before the while the shutdowns were happening, a lot of the projections at that time were basically that you're going to go back to where you were in 2019 in a couple of years, and then the growth trajectory is just going to take off at the same rate as before. We know that that's not what has happened.
Right. And I appreciate them being willing to showing we were going to have this huge growth, and now being like, okay, wait, hold on, let's go back and let's adjust it to what is actually realistic with right now, what we're kind of looking at, and the kind of the forecast moving into the future.
Yeah, it's been a jumble, since the start of the pandemic in terms of trying to figure out what's going to happen in the future. Before, you could just kind of map out a line based on a growth trajectory, but now, since the pandemic, what you've had is a lot of reshuffling of things that are happening underneath, because different industries don't grow. They don't grow at the same rate. Some of them have fully recovered since the beginning of the pandemic. Others have not, and so it's just a matter of figuring out what's the implication of that, and how does that impact the growth forecast moving forward.
Yeah. And I know that a lot of jurisdictions have disagreed with the calculations and the forecasts, and I think there's been a commitment from AMBAG in our particular region to get it right, and that's why they are taking the time to meet with their jurisdictions. So thank you so much for the report. I think it's very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you. In light of my colleagues' comments and questions, have I ever met either of you?
I don't know. This isn't the first 9111 we've done, but for San Benito. But I think we appeared previously.
Before the board, the prior board. I wasn't on the board at that time. So I don't know either of you. I didn't even know your names until today. I didn't know the report until it came out. I didn't know which company was even doing the report. So I just want to make it very clear and transparent to the public. I had no hand in telling you what to do. What I do have a hand in is saying this may not be everybody's ideal report, but the point of a 9111 report is a fiscal impact. 9111 is the election code that states what you are to do. And when we authorized as a board a 9111 consultant to come on, it was to fulfill the code section. And can you say that you did that?
I believe we have.
Okay, so some of my questions, thank you for the report. Some of my questions are about AMBAG's numbers, and because I'm not on AMBAG, I don't know enough to know what I don't know. You use very conservative numbers. Is that correct?
Yes.
So even though AMBAG has higher projections, you used lower projections.
We're using the most current projections.
The most current from AMBAG, okay. But
these are the draft projections that just came out back in April.
okay, but they're not the current, these are draft projections, so we're going with the conservative. I just want to make sure that that's clear for the public to understand. You're not going with the projections that we saw that we all agree were outrageous. I mean, I think we're all up here agreeing there's no way the unincorporated area can grow at the rate that AMBAG was saying. So I just want to make sure that it's clear to the public you're using the conservative numbers. About election costs, when you were evaluating this, you guys really seemed to hone in on these nodes. The election cost for the initiative, it would go to a vote of the voters. Was that included in your report? I didn't see it. I don't know how your analysis went.
I don't believe we have a specific number for that. We may have referred to it generally, but I don't believe we pegged a number on the cost.
Okay, because as far as I understand, yeah, as far as I understand, and council may want to correct me on this, but the cost of the elections is either to the developer or to the county. I don't know exactly which one.
The fiscal analysis is, the emphasis on the fiscal analysis is just what the ongoing annual impacts are. We didn't want to put in
all the other things,
one-time costs and things like that.
Okay, so then my only other question is about, you mentioned the Beta-Bell project. You mentioned 100 square feet of build out for the conservative 750,000 number roughly versus the $14 million number, which is a full build out of the entire, of all the nodes based on the general plan, which if we need to amend our general plan, then we should amend our general plan. But the whole point of a general plan is to tell the public what's our plan. So if we're not going to build it out, then we need to change our general plan so that we don't build out. But that's looking at the general plan and a full build out based on the general plan. So my question is about Beta-Bell. Beta-Bell impact is included in this or not included? Because I got a little confused with where you went with that.
So the Beta-Bell, I believe it's around 80 or 90,000 square feet. It's been approved by the county, but it is presently in litigation. So we had a discussion with county staff on that topic, and we were the outcome of that was to assume that Beta-Bell is moving forward. So it is not tested fiscally. It is not included in the numbers that set up the 750.
Okay.
So you get whatever comes out of Beta-Bell,
and
plus
that's not
the extra 100 on top of that.
I just wanted to make sure I was understanding where you were going with that because I got a little confused.
Yep, it's
and I
very
want to
easy.
make sure that the public understands that Beta-Bell and that revenue is not in your projections.
Correct.
Okay. Would you also say the majority of the travelers in your analysis or in your interpretation or your scenario that you used, the majority of the travelers coming through were not residents, they were passers on 101 as opposed to residents of Hollister and San Benito?
Yeah,
I just kind of want to know how you calculated that.
Yeah, the location on 101. I mean, it's just that's the reason why we put the emphasis on highway commercial as the potential uses that would be precluded with the passage of the initiative, because there are other types of commercial development that can go into those nodes. But the thing is that if you eliminate the locations along 101, then the market potential for that could shift towards the other sites. But the highway commercial uses, those are more dependent on the location along 101. So that was what the emphasis was for the uses that were included for the CR nodes.
Okay.
Yes, a majority of support through travelers.
Through travelers as opposed to county residents.
Right, but they do take from all segments, right? If you live close to one of these nodes, then you're going to be more inclined to visit.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your report. And if we don't have anything else.
I have a question for County Council.
Sure.
We have before us, can you explain what it means to accept or not accept the report? I mean, it says we have the option to accept or not. What is that really, what is that, what are we saying with that?
All you're doing when you accept the report is indicating to the consultant that they've completed their task and you accept their report as final.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, can I get a motion? Thank you so much, gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
I move to approve per staff recommendation to accept the 9111 report.
I'll second.
Madam Chair, before we vote, I just want to explain, I'm going to vote, I'm not going to accept this, and that's just because I don't think it nearly encompasses, I mean, it just seemed way too narrowly focused on 4 nodes and didn't factor in so many things like the potential, rejection of more residential development and things like that. So for that reason, I'm definitely going to not accept the report, just making it clear.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's a 3-2 vote. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item, make sure I have this right, 2.C as in cat. Oh, yeah, I did that right. And this is the resolution calling for the election and accepting the results of the initiative. And I'm not really sure if we have a full presentation on this. County Council, do we have to re-present the initiative by the county clerk since it was brought before us and then we now are bringing it back? How would we like to handle that?
And this is just a continuance of the last hearing.
Okay, so it's a continuance. We're still able to open it up to public comment and continue our conversation. Okay, so this is a continued item that we previously had, which is the acceptance of the initiative and calling for the consolidation of the election for the initiative that was presented. I'm sorry, I don't have the date in front of me, but we're going to open it up unless there's any objection. We're going to open it up to public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board to continue the conversation.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise hand icon. In chambers, we have Anthony Botello.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair, for a few more minutes, and honorable board. I'm sitting back there. I have a suggestion for you. I was looking at our beautiful county emblem, "In God We Trust," and maybe below it you could put, "We are closed for business," for this initiative that this small group of people want to put on our ballot. But with that, the initiative that you're about to place on the November ballot, the so-called "Let the Voters Decide on Growth," is nothing more than another sham by PORC using growth as an argument for their personal vendetta and NIMBYism to eliminate vested commercial areas along the 101 corridor that have no effect on growth or traffic in the county. And much worse, adversely reduces revenue to the county that would improve roads for the vast majority of the San Benito citizens. We need to also add to the risk of county revenue shortfalls in the future that will impact the ability of the county to provide adequate fire protection and other public safety services, which, fire protection is a big issue, particularly where I live in District 2, District 4, and District 1. It's a big conversation. The 9/11 report reflects the seriousness of the forever impacts of this initiative. And I don't disagree completely with Supervisor Kosmicki or Zanger as far as it being, those numbers are conjecture. They could be higher or they could be lower depending on the opportunities that may present themselves in the county. But we could ill afford missing opportunities. It is a taking of property rights and worse, a devaluation of owned land. Let's imagine that the initiative had place 2 decades ago. We would not have the agricultural industry and employment that our county currently has. The processing plants and packaging and distribution throughout the world would not be here. The value of prime farmland would be less, and areas of agricultural production would never have been expanded in our county. There are more farmed acres today than there was in 1970. Pork collected 3,700 signatures. My estimation is that 100 people misled 3,360 people. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Mary Chakran.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to point out that, if you're going to be approving this, putting this initiative on the ballot today, that you've already missed your deadline by a few days. It was July the 18th. There's a letter from our attorney reminding you of that. So I hope you will put the initiative on the ballot today. The other thing I wanted to mention is that when you put it on the ballot, you should not change the ballot question. This is a ballot question that was agreed to by the election office's attorney. I don't remember her name, and our attorney. So it was negotiated. It's based on the ballot question. It's based on the title and the summary that 3,000, almost 500 voters saw when they signed the petition. So I think it's important for them to see a ballot question that's very similar to the ballot title. That was, I think, the history of how it was developed. Both sets of attorneys agree that it would be helpful for voters to see something on the ballot question in their ballot pamphlet that's similar to what they signed on the petition. I think that in the previous meeting, Chairman Angela Curo had mentioned that she wanted to add the fiscal impact to the ballot question because state propositions have that. I looked up some of the state propositions. Many of those have to do with getting money. They require bonds, that sort of thing. That's probably why there's a fiscal question. I noticed that when you approved the hospital ballot measure just a little while ago, you mentioned the ballot question that you helped write. There's no fiscal impact in there at all in the ballot question, I notice. So why are you putting a ballot question in? Why do you want to change our ballot question to add the fiscal impact? I think it's really putting your thumb on the scale. So I urge you to adopt our initiative, put it on the ballot today without altering the ballot question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Andy Chakran.
Hello again. I'm always surprised when I hear the folks like Mr. Patello talk about pork. It kind of reminds me of the kind of folks who, the same spirit that people use racial epithets is a way of essentially focusing on some aspect of a group of folks and deriding them. But it doesn't surprise me. As to the initiative itself, Mary pointed out that you're in violation of the law. You were supposed to have put this on the ballot within 30 days of when it was submitted to you. You missed your deadline, and you should submit the original ballot question, which is straightforward. It doesn't make any argument for our position and doesn't make any argument for yours, but it makes it obvious what it is that people are voting for. There's a lot of focus that's been put on the nodes on Highway 101, and that indeed our initiative does remove the 4 nodes on Highway 101, only insofar as the county moved forward because the judge gave you the go-ahead to start approving the very nodes that the voters voted on and rejected by 60% in March of 2020. The folks in our county voted them down. The judge said you guys could go ahead and start approving them anyway. So all this does is pull them back and say, folks, if you want any of these projects, you have to vote for them on a case-by-case basis. You have your opportunity once again to weigh in there. You weighed in before. To me, this whole issue of trying to figure out how to use your power in order to, in my view, obscure and confuse the voters is a real disservice to the people of San Benito County, and there's a history of it. 2 years ago, Bob Tiffany led a group that basically used county money to put out what was called a election newsletter, which is now being litigated or at least considered by the Fair Political Practices Commission, because you used public resources in order to put your thumb on the scale. It wasn't any fair newsletter. You'd never done one before, and you haven't done one since. So I think the public now understands, as we've watched you proceeding on this, why exactly we actually do need an initiative to take this issue away from this body, because a small donation and a small group of friends manages to cause some members of our supervisors to vote for projects that don't benefit the general public. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Alan Gregg?
Good afternoon. I'd like to state that I am in complete agreement with both Andy and Mary Chacaron in their description of what is going on here. I attended the Board of Supervisors meeting on April 18th when the Citizens Initiative to Empower Voters was certified and approved to be on the November 5th ballot. Imagine my dismay when I learned several days later that Angela Curro had pulled the initiative on April 25th. Her reasoning was she didn't like the ballot question. I think it maybe was too clear and easy to understand. It only contained 26 words. What she wanted, in my opinion, was to commission the 9111 report, which would be biased in her favor, and use it to make a new ballot question, one that would be lengthy and very confusing to voters. Using this tactic, she would hope that voters would be confused and vote against the Empowering Voters measure, and she could continue helping developers build out San Benito County. Angela, you're the perfect example of the way disingenuous local government works. Voters in San Benito County are watching. They're watching what you do. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Voters are paying attention. Thank you.
Please. Thank you.
Oladia Nardi?
I just like to repeat what I said before. We would be better served as voters if you retain the wording of the statement on the ballot, which is clear, which is what we offered, what we submitted. And it's easier for voters to understand if we are in an honest way trying to get voters to vote for something with no manipulation, but just a clear statement of what we submitted. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Valerie Harmson?
I can't believe we're here, really. I just can't believe this. That should have been passed and done with. And now we have this ongoing, to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. There's nothing wrong with that, the way it was, the ballot question. There's nothing wrong with it, except that it's not long enough. You've made a comment that it's not long enough. Why does it have to be longer? Why can't it just be the way it is, the way the attorneys decided it should be, without any input from any of us, and let it go to the people? And what is so scary about the people being able to have an initiative to allow them to vote on big ticket items when they don't have any say about anything? 5 people and the city council should not be the ones that make these decisions alone. You have people there that are totally affected in your districts by your decisions. Don't you want to hear from them? Don't you want to know if they want to vote on something this big or so? They're not going to vote against everything. The initiative isn't against growth. It's against rapid, crazy growth. Nobody wants this county to stay the same. There's nothing wrong with it growing, but it has to be done intelligently. If it can't be done intelligently, why do we doing this? I mean, it started with this dump that I got involved with. The idea that so many people were going to be impacted by that dump and they had no say about it was wrong. People in this county deserve to have a voice on something that's going to impact so many people. And that's why just let this get on the ballot and stop being frightened about what's going to happen, because the people deserve to be able to say what they think is right for this county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Larry Rebecki?
Yeah, the ballot question should stay as is. The Board of Supervisors voted unanimously 5-0 to adopt a non-biased ballot question. That almost happened 2 months ago. Now, some people on the board want to change it to a biased ballot question. Angela, who changed your mind? Was it the developers? Or perhaps it was a former San Benito County supervisor who now has a plush job in Sacramento. You know, the people are getting tired of former supervisors getting these plush jobs or working for the developers. It doesn't bode well upon the reputation of the Board of Supervisors. And that's been a pattern. And you got to give the voters a chance to make these major decisions. We're tired of developers running our county.
Joseph
Please,
Howard?
No audience response.
Continuing on what Larry said, and I just want to state for the record that I am an independent ally of the Campaign to Protect San Benito. I would not have joined their forces with them had I simply had my request for a meeting scheduling change answered and fulfilled. I was naturally, because it was not fulfilled, I am very sensitive to any perceived threats to this initiative this balancing of power between the people and what are essentially elitists at this point. This has been a pattern, a long-term trend of neglect of the county's responsibility for our community. Now, to Sotella's point, we did have a growth in our farmland of 5% between 2017 and 2022. I too read the report. However, that's over the course of 5 years. My data comes from since 1984. 4 decades, more or less, because it was ended in 2020, not 2022. But almost 4 decades of this information, of this data. This is not a question of what happened with you guys or the guys before you. This is a pattern of neglect by the institution as a whole. The institution, the County Board of Supervisors, as a singular unit, has failed the people over and over again. There is a just cause and a moral obligation to have this initiative passed. Sotella, you said I'm sure you love farmland just as much as anybody else. This initiative protects that farmland from developers. You will support this initiative, and you also support you will support the keeping of the question as it is, and you will support a change in the meeting times, because you want the people to be able to communicate properly with our government. I'm calling upon you specifically. I know that because Mickey and Zenger were with me last year when I asked about this. The other three, unfortunately, Zenger and Kosmicki were outnumbered. So I'm going to call upon you specifically to help me help me and this community with better dialogue. And this initiative will also help force that as well, because nobody here is going to waste their time, not now and not in perpetuity, passing development plans that will not be considered popular. It's a waste of time, it's a waste of money. So you'll listen to the community more as well. You want more farmland, you want to protect our farmland, you want to promote dialogue between the people and the government, you will support this initiative, you'll leave the question as it is, and you will change the meeting times before your term is over. Thank you.
Paul Ravella.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for the opportunity to address you on this item today. As the clerk mentioned, my name is Paul Ravella. I'm a registered voter and resident of San Benito County, a local business owner with employees located here in the county. And I'm also a member of the San Benito County Farm Bureau. I'm here today representing myself, my business, and the Farm Bureau. First, I'd like to say that the Farm Bureau and its members are strongly opposed to the ballot measure you're considering. We opposed Measure Q, which was on the ballot in 22, and this measure is a mirror image of that proposal. The sponsors of this measure are claiming that it'll somehow preserve farmland. This is a falsehood. It's an effort to fool voters. Farmers don't want or need this proposition to preserve their farmland. The fact is that there are multiple exemptions buried in this initiative that allow all kinds of development on farmlands, even if it passes. The most glaring exemption is low-income housing, and this is referenced in Section 2G of the initiative specifically. This measure allows virtually unlimited amount of affordable housing to be constructed on farmland without a vote. It's funny that this never comes up. I haven't heard it in this meeting or online. The ballot question included in the resolution on the staff report, in the resolution of the staff report, does not mention this, nor does it mention the harmful economic and social consequences of this initiative, which you heard a report about earlier today. Our county is nearly bankrupt. It's not able to provide minimal public safety, transportation, or social services that other counties, such as Napa, Sonoma, and Ventura, provide. Farmers and ranchers are the protectors of our open space. They are the people who produce crops that feed this community and communities around the world. They don't like and they don't support out-of-town groups from San Francisco and Arizona, such as the groups that are behind this measure, telling them what to do with their land. San Benito residents who support farming and ranching should vote no on this measure, and the Farm Bureau wants you to understand that it will actually harm farming and ranching and not protect it. And we suggest that the Board of Supervisors revise this unfair and misleading ballot question to properly inform the voters of what they're voting on and the consequences of their vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Sean
And I
Herrera?
would like to remind the audience to respect all speakers. We've given everyone the same chance to speak. We need to not have conversations in the chamber. If you do have to have a conversation, please step out into the lobby. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, Paul, you took the words right out of my mouth. That was really excellent. What I wanted to really comment was, if the way this whole thing is going, it really puts San Benito County in a very defensive position for success of how we're going to do business. I don't think anybody here on the board or anybody who's had any success in life has had that success by playing defense. It's by playing offense. Is what we're trying to. I think we're really trying to get at those who are opposed to a lot of this. The measures. I mean, the initiative is just bad for the success for San Benito County. Yep.
Thank you for your comment.
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. I strongly urge for you to properly word the initiative so that people are informed. They did the individuals, they don't like to be called pork, but they are the pork people, went out and they got signatures, but they got signatures on fear-mongering. Okay, so most of the people do not realize when they were signing this what it actually entailed. They were told that this was because of traffic and this was out of control housing. And I left my phone back there, but San Benito County has not built as many houses as it's perceived to have done. The projects that have been out there for decades. Hazel Hawkins Hospital does not impact San Benito County fiscally. If we lose the hospital, then we're going to have our ambulance that we pay for in San Benito County to take people out of the county. So something like being able to develop on the 101 corridor, I mean, look at Casa de Fruta. Casa de Fruta has events. They have people in their RVs there. They have the gas station. They have the restaurant. They have all kinds of things out there. Why can't San Benito County have the same thing? Aside from maybe, Supervisor Zanger opposing it because it is owned by the Zanger family. But that revenue is in Santa Clara County and not in San Benito County. There is a possibility at the Better Bell project that can happen. And the initiative that went out a few years ago was regarding zoning. And it would have been able to help these folks with their initiative now, but they were against it, and they were against it for the wrong reasons. It actually would have helped them. So let's just focus on the fact also that this initiative that they want brings housing, yet they fearmonger that they want to stop the overgrowth of housing and stop traffic. But we do need affordable housing, and we do need farm worker housing because we have that. We are an ag county. We're a bedroom community as well. We're both. And let's not forget, in those folks who are not aware of, that when someone wants to develop an ag land, they have to, for every 1 acre, they have to go out and they have to find another acre that is not going to be developed. So that is already protecting San Benito County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Eric Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. I understand that as I speak as a person in this community, a constituent, and as the sheriff. It's hard to step away from that. I'll tell you, as a person and a constituent, I do believe in property rights, and I believe in a representative form of government, which is what all 5 of you represent to me. And I trust that you make the best decisions for the community. But I'm going to speak to you as the county sheriff, specifically on this measure, this initiative. When I come in front of this board and I have a lot of asks of you, oftentimes the response is that there's no revenue. When I go to the CAO and HR and I ask for things, they ask, where's the money going to come from? Because we don't have resources here. San Benito County residents want a safe community. They want quick response from public safety. Matter of fact, my staff was called here today to this meeting. 2 of the 3 working here had to come down to this building earlier today, which left 1 deputy for the rest of the 1,400 square miles. They want criminals caught and penalized for their crimes. The number 1 job of this elected board is to make sure that our community is safe. If the people aren't safe, then nothing else matters. Nothing else that you decide or talk about matters if people can't be safe here. That's why I'm here to speak on this item. The measure before you has no sunset provision. It will permanently change our county's general plan and can cripple our efforts to improve public safety. According to the 9111 report, this measure could cost the county more than $17 million in annual lost revenue. I understand that's a hypothetical, but I also believe that the people that have been doing this since the 80s don't have reason to mislead us. But I'm not tied to that number either. It's just any revenue in this community lost is a big deal, whether it's $100,000, which is it could potentially give me a deputy sheriff or somebody in the jail, or if it's $17 million. We already have a shortfall in funding for public safety. We don't have sufficient staffing or equipment to respond as quickly as we'd like to in emergency calls. Our deputies are highly professional. They work very hard to serve all of you in this community, but this measure will make the challenging situation even worse. And I intend to oppose it for this reason. It is essential that you explain to the public what loss of this money in the revenues means. This means including the projected impact fiscally on county revenues in the ballot question before you. This question is supposed to summarize the measure in plain English so voters can make an informed decision, including fiscal impact. Any summary question does not include the massive revenue loss is misleading to the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Julio on Zoom, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hopefully you guys can hear me. Yes?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Okay. I am going to opine to the 9/11 report just real briefly. You know, the question is whose economics and whose analysis? And real briefly, you know, I recently just came back from Mexico, and you know, about 30 years ago, they were promised the same thing that was promised. I think was promised was economic development. Economic development. That you know, that's the most important thing that a community can have. Well, I'll tell you, you know, 30 years has gone by. In some of these border towns, and economic development, you know, the only people who prospered are the ruling class, the people that are in power. It's the same thing here. You know, they want to fearmonger and say, you know, economic development, and if this initiative passes, the economic development, let me tell you, the economic development has not trickled down to the individuals, to the people. You know, it's the same story over and over and over again. Oh, it's going to make it harder for development. No, it's going to make it harder for basically the, you know, landowners, the shareholders. It's going to make it harder for them to make money. You know, what this initiative and this ballot question, it's about what this initiative is about. It's about a political transformation. And some of you just, I'll be honest, just don't understand it. And some of you guys are just scared because that's what you've been instilled. That's what the institution instills in you is, no, you know, this is what the ruling elite. I mean, you think about it, the people who've come up and spoke, you know, they're pretty wealthy. They're pretty well off. You know, I don't see the working poor or the working class commenting. Why? I'm on my lunch right now at work. You know, I can't be there in person. You know, but there's a disparity here. The ruling class gets to, you know, put their thumb on the scale, and this initiative and this ballot question is about changing the vision for San Benito County. That's what it's about. It's about, perhaps it's a risk, but we know, as Colin Kosmicki said, we look at the past. The Board of Supervisors have done an abysmal job, terrible, just at planning. You know?
Thank you for your comment.
No other comments.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion. If no one wants to start, I don't mind starting.
Go ahead.
Because I am the one that brought this item back, and I was informed that it had to be, so there was an accusation made of a violation of law of the 30 days on April 18th. It was brought before the Board of Supervisors. That was the legal requirement per the election code, and the county clerk did so. It did not say that 30 days after the initiative has been certified that they have to then adopt it or accept it. It just has to be brought before the Board of Supervisors. So I've spoken with legal counsel. I do not believe there's any violation there. I want to start off by saying agree to disagree. And we need to agree to disagree in a professional manner, and I really respect all of the speakers today, even if I don't agree with you. Or if I do agree with you, but I don't feel like I have the law supporting me. The purpose of me pulling this and having it brought back was so that the fiscal impact report could be known and ask the county council to review the fiscal impact report and determine if rewording is necessary to inform the voters. The purpose of that was to inform voters. If any of you know anything about me, I am one very consistent person when it comes to presenting the facts to voters and ensuring that the information is transparent. I have done that on every measure, initiative, ballot item that has been before me for over 35 years as a former election official. Voters voted for Measure Q and voted against Measure Q and Measure R back in 2022. And this initiative is coming back to us, and I truly believe that without all the facts for voters, we're doing a disservice to them. One of the comments was fiscal impact. Why didn't I ask for a fiscal impact on the Hazel Hawkins Hospital measure? It's a great question, because we have to negotiate between two governing bodies to determine what the roles are. We don't know what the roles are in that JPA. And without clear defined roles of a JPA, we cannot analyze what the fiscal impact will be. So I am only putting my finger on the pulse of this item because I believe the public needs to hear what the fiscal impact is, and it needs to be part of the question. Now, I appreciate the sheriff coming forward. I did not talk to him. I did not ask him. I have not asked anybody to come forward. What I have done is listen to the voters and the constituents that do call me and what they have said to me. And some of the speakers actually pretty much nailed it. I have asked my constituents when they reach out to me about why I did what I did, which caused a lot of people to call me. They're like, aren't you against traffic? Absolutely, totally against traffic. Don't you want our roads to be better? Absolutely want our roads to be better. Don't you want to stop housing? I do agree. Housing is an issue in this community, but we also have a lack thereof of housing. And this will stop the landfill. Don't you want to stop the landfill? Those are the things that the voters have said to me. But what they're not realizing is how it basically cuts off the right arm and left arm of our community from being able to bring in revenue to support the services this community so desperately needs. And I'm talking about road repairs, sheriffs and life safety, saving our hospital. Where are we, fire service? Where are we going to get the revenue to sustain these necessary services to protect our residents? If you have a magic wand that's going to show us where that revenue is coming from, I would love to see it. I don't want to burden the residents of this community with a tax measure, especially when we're all struggling. It doesn't matter at what level you're struggling. The economy right now is hurting everyone. Gas prices are outrageous. Housing prices are outrageous. Food prices are outrageous. I actually didn't buy eggs because I couldn't believe how much an egg cost. So if we want to help our community, we have to do it by being the leaders that we were elected to be. And it's not that I'm asking that this initiative not be placed on the ballot. I want this initiative to be placed on the ballot, but I want the question to be very clear and understandable. One of the speakers said, I want to make sure I have my notes correct. The proponents negotiated without any other comments. They negotiated with county council. So the proponents got to talk to county council, but the opponents did not. I don't see how that's fair. I don't see how that's giving an accurate and fair voice to the residents. Unfortunately, after reviewing all of the code sections and sitting with county council multiple times, and then sitting with other elected and former elected officials, not just from our county, from across the state, the way the code is written right now, that the ballot label is based on Election Code Section 303, which specifically indicates it refers to Election Code Section 9087 and 13119. It states that the state is required to put the fiscal impact, whether it's positive or negative, on their ballot question. But then it exempts and says local government is to follow a different code. I don't agree with that code. But as everyone knows, I follow the code. Just because I don't agree with it does not mean I have the authority to change it without going to our legislative representatives and having it changed. But I feel that this is a vague area in the code because it states argumentative. And we're talking about, does the question cause an argument? And I started thinking about it, and I appreciate county council so much. The number of conversations and debates that I've had, and I respect where county council is going to be coming from with this ballot question. However, I feel that I have to very clearly state that I'm against what is happening. And either way, I feel like we're going to get sued. We're going to have litigation. If we include the fiscal impact, we're going to get sued by the proponents. If we don't include the fiscal impact, we're going to get sued by the opponents. I don't see any way out of this except for making sure that the question is as clear and non-biased as possible. Now, am I the right person to write that? No. Have I received input from the opponents on what the question should read in their opinion? Yes. I want to have a conversation with this board about should we or shouldn't we be completely transparent and forward-thinking about how this initiative may impact our county and the revenue that we may not get. And with that, I'm going to yield to the other board members and respectfully have the right to rebuttal if I need to. Who would like to go?
Just a quick
Supervisor
question.
Zanger.
Yeah, I'm a little confused, I guess, what you're referencing as far as going back and forth with county council. Is there an opinion from county council on if the fiscal impact should be
I'd
included?
like to, so first of all, the initiative, the resolution is calling for the impartial analysis from county council. The ballot question is written by county council. The fiscal impact is an analysis from our county auditor. It has been requested to be included in the voter guide, but it is not part of the ballot question. But county council will be able to say where their opinion is on the fiscal impact being included in the ballot question, the 75 words. So go ahead, county council.
Yes, thank you. Well, so we start with 13119C. It's a very simple statute which simply says that in county or city or special district elections, the statement of the measure shall be a true and impartial synopsis of the purpose of the proposed measure and shall be in language that is neither argumentative nor likely to create prejudice for or against the measure. I read that and I like the chair, I wondered if putting in a fiscal impact would violate that section. And so I looked at the state's, how the state initiatives are handled. Under 9051 of the Elections Code, the legislature has indicated that the ballot title and summary shall contain the fiscal impact. But they don't say that for county, city, or special district elections. One of the primary way to interpret codes is that you look at whether the legislature knew or have an intent. Here they show an intent to have a fiscal impact for state elections, but that intent has not come down to county, city, or special district elections. And therefore we must kind of determine that they meant not to allow that. But it's further bolstered by the chapter where 13119C is found, beginning at 13100, which it states all ballots used in all elections shall be governed by this chapter unless otherwise specifically provided. No fiscal impact language was specifically provided here, but it was in Elections Code 9000 for the state. So what I've come down to is that 9 times out of 10, a judge is going to rule that including fiscal impact language would be a prejudicial argument in a ballot measure, and therefore unlawful. You can always take your chances, board.
Okay.
But I was asked for that opinion, and I rendered it.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'll continue. I guess I'm not really up here to have the debate on the initiative. I'm not going to do that right now. But just regarding the ballot question specifically, I don't think this, and I said so much last time, I don't think this ever should. I don't think it should be happening right now. I think we should have just had it how it was that we agreed upon and not voted to allow us to go back and change things. I think it's I don't think this is a good precedent. I don't like this at all. And based on a lot of what county council just explained to us, I'm not interested in including fiscal analysis in the question. It's going to be in the voter guide, if I understand. Is that correct?
It's going to be a summary of the auditor's fiscal analysis of the 9111 report. And I believe the way elections will do it is then there would be a link to the direct 9111 report. But I would let Francisco speak on that. Because don't know how you do it now.
Or supervisors. So historically, whenever the resolution gets approved, there's a section in there, and I believe it is included in this resolution, where the board directs the auditor, controller, and county council to do an impartial analysis and also the fiscal analysis. That analysis then I receive it from the auditor controller, and it goes in the voter guides that get mailed to everyone in the county. As for the 99 report, historically, it has been uploaded into the county website. Now, if the board wishes, we could also put that on the elections website, but there's additional steps that we'll have to take to do that. One being the direction of the board of supervisors to directly tell me to do that. And then because it is an elections website, everything has to be translated in Spanish as well. So it'll be an additional direction. Now, in terms of the link, if the board wishes, we could include that perhaps in this item in the voter guide. Historically, we haven't done that in the past, though. In the voter guide, we haven't included a link. And since it is a paper booklet, I mean, people will have to themselves type it in. So if that is the direction that the board wants, I will have to go back and review to see where we can put it legally, that link in the website. Now, if you ask the auditor controller to do that, that's a different, separate conversation that we have to have with the auditor controller. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you, Francisco.
Yeah. And so, I mean, if we're talking about just wanting the question to be clear and understandable, I think that was the language used, clear and understandable. I think it was clear and understandable. I think if there wants to be an argument, I mean, you can make an argument that you want to add additional info, that you want more info, more physical information, but that's not making it more clear and understandable. It's in fact, it would be doing the opposite. It'd be making it less clear and less understandable, in my opinion. So I think if we're talking about a question being clear and understandable, there's no reason to include auxiliary statistics in the question.
Thank you. Supervisor Gonzalez, do you want to go?
Yeah, when I first initially read this question, I thought it was factually deficient in that it did not include the fiscal impact from the 9111 report. And I understand what you just said now, County Council. However, I still think it's important and it's crucial for the voters to be able to look at all the facts when making their decision. In addition, the other issue that I noticed that there was no sunset date on there, or there's not even a mention that there is no sunset date, that this is going to run forever, that it will not expire at any time, and the impacts, whatever numbers were quoted today, just were quoted through 2035. So if we're looking at 14 million up through 2035, can you imagine the detrimental impact it will have in perpetuity? I just feel like those two areas need to be in the question itself as it's stated, and it lacks that. So I'm not happy with this ballot question as is.
Who would like to go next? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, so I mean, I just to briefly reiterate what I said in June, that I do believe this would be a very bad look to change the ballot question at this point. We don't really have much of a precedent in this precise sort of situation to do so, especially considering it's a very specific citizen-driven measure, whether you agree or disagree with the measure itself, to take what they went and asked all these thousands of people in the community and got them to sign the document. That should be reflected in the question itself, and there shouldn't be any additional sort of context one way or the other added to that question that was asked of these thousands of people who signed it, and that's how it legally got onto the ballot through that process. And then so after the fact to add in information, you know, whether I found the 9111 report to be non-neutral or not, and obviously I just stated how I felt about the 9111 report. I just think it's definitely, at the very least from a perception standpoint, a very, very bad look to add to the question. And then I think, especially considering what the county council has advised us of today, it would be wholly irresponsible of this board to take such a legal risk and to go down the path. And it would just really exacerbate the concerns and the suspicions in the community that that the question is being manipulated in a way to add bias against the measure proposal itself. And, you know, if there is a will from the majority of the board to change the ballot question, despite the fact that the county council has just told us it's essentially illegal, you know, I would just ask that we don't just, you know, pick a number like the $15 million number that's essentially pulled out of thin air. I would also suggest that you take a look at page 24 of the 9111 report that states passage of the initiative would shift the available development capacity closer to Hollister. So if there is a will from the majority to change the ballot question, I would highly insist that you include the statement that passage of the initiative would essentially shift available development capacity closer to Hollister where there are services, which would be, of course, smarter development. And other than that, I just, other than that, I just want to obviously just say again that it's just a really bad look if we change the ballot question. Thank you.
Can I go?
Yeah, go right ahead. Sorry, my apologies. I was writing a note.
County Council, is this the question that you're suggesting that we put on right now? I guess I'm a little bit confused exactly what's being proposed. Is this what's being proposed? And then we have, and then the question for all of us is
the same original question.
Yes, it's the same original question. My office drafted it. It complies with 13119C. It's an impartial statement of what the purpose of the initiative is.
Okay.
And that's what the code calls for.
Okay, and so based on some of the things that were said, and so apparently the proponents of this initiative had the ability to work with county council and draft this, but the opponents did not. Am I understanding that correctly?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't have any information at all that anybody spoke to us.
So
I'm not saying that didn't happen. I was just not part of that.
Well, I mean, to me, it's a very different, I mean, if the proponents had the ability to work with county council in drafting a question, that's, I would think that's kind of important. So how would we get that information? I mean, either it happened or it didn't, you know what I mean? Like where they, and if they did, then I kind of agree with Supervisor Currow that the only fair thing to do is, it's almost like, can you get all three groups and county council and opponents and proponents and everybody in the same room and kind of hash it out? I mean, I think, you know, the best thing that we can do is make sure that voters have as much information as possible and people are clear on what they're voting on. And so that, you know, I think that's a responsibility that we have. Is this clear enough for voters, or is there some information that's missing? I mean, I agree with Supervisor Gonzalez about there is no, you know, there's no mention of the length of time. So is this the most clear question that we could come up with? And if we did work with the proponents of it, then I think, you know, it just seems fair that we would be inclusive of kind of opponents too. But maybe that's the way that this is done. I'm not really sure.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
Yeah, I mean, again, the point of a citizen-driven ballot measure and the question that's reflected on the ballot is to represent what was asked of the people who signed the measure to get it on the ballot. This is not, I have never heard of any, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if there's precedent for, and no matter where you stand on any measure, just pick the issue of the opposition somehow having the ability to change the context or information within the question. That just seems absurd to me, that they weren't involved in gathering the signatures. This is, once the signatures are gathered and the question that was asked of those people who signed the signatures is what they agreed to sign to, then that should be the question essentially that's on the ballot. There's no reason to have the opposition come in and have some sort of a back and forth to taint the question. Thank you.
I hear where you're coming from with that, and I appreciate that perspective. But is there any, you know, like what Supervisor Gonzalez mentioned, that should it be a clear understanding that this is for, you know, forever until there's another initiative that brings it before the voters again? Should that be on there?
I'm going to just add a little to that because Supervisor Kosmicki said, and if we alter it at all, we should alter it with the wording that it shifts a yes vote, if I'm understanding correctly, will, per the 9111 report, will shift development closer to Hollister as opposed to the 101 corridor. Is that where you were going, Supervisor Kosmicki?
I don't support changing the ballot language at all. I think it's ludicrous. I want to be clear about that. The point that I was trying to make was that you can't pick and choose what portions of this 74-page report to include in the available 40 words in the ballot question. There frankly isn't room in the ballot question to have arguments on both sides, one or whether that's the point of the arguments that are the opportunity you have to provide arguments for and against the question itself. The question itself should not be a place where arguments are made. But I was trying to make a point that if you do go ahead and put in there some sort of dollar amount, that there should be some other part, there should be another side to it that you should include, basically. No, I don't think there should be anything added to the question. I honestly don't. I was just trying to make a point. Thank you.
Okay, so some of the things I am concerned about, even though I respect the way the code is written, not that I agree with it, I do have concerns that we will get sued. It's going to happen if we add the fiscal analysis or fiscal impact. But we have in the resolution right now to have the impartial analysis from County Council, a fiscal impact report based off of the 9111 report from the county auditor. And then we have a question of, do we or can we have authority to have some sort of link to the 9111 report? The other thing in the question is that it does not state that this is a permanent amendment to the general plan unless it comes back to the voters and is changed. So there is nothing that any elected body could do to change this once it's passed by the voters. Is that correct?
That's the nature of all referendums, is that they can only be changed by the voters.
So, but this one specifically had wording in there that these, let me get the range land, ag land, or rural land for any other use would have to go to a vote of the voters. Because what I'm not seeing in the question is the voters understanding. This question is, shall an initiative be adopted to amend the county general plan? First of all, how many people in our community actually understand what the county general plan is? To require voter approval before designating, changing agriculture land, rural land, or range land to other uses. And to remove the commercial regional designation from the Highway 101 notes. But there's so much more to this initiative than just that. I feel like it's a disservice to not have the fiscal impact. It is up to this body if they want to include it. If they do include it, I will say I do believe it will be challenged, and I can't say where the courts would rule. But at the same time, if we don't change the ballot measure and leave it the way it is, the other side has just as much right to challenge the question for clarity.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Kosmicki.
So if I'm hearing that we're going back toward leaning toward potentially including the fiscal impact in the question, I would come back again and just say, well, then perhaps you should include, since that's an argumentative piece of information, then you should include something along the lines of that this initiative would preserve open spaces in the community and would prevent over-commercialization of San Benito County. Thank you.
I completely agree that we cannot put the argument in the ballot question, but we need to put the facts in the ballot question. And so that's where my concern is that we're not being transparent to the public. If the state is putting fiscal impact, whether it's positive or negative, in their questions, it really bothers me that we can't. Now, no matter how much I want to put that question, that statement in there, in all good legality, because of the way the code's written, I don't feel that I can actually ask us to do something that's going to get us sued. But I wanted to bring it to the attention of the board because it is an important question, and the in perpetuity of the question is not, there's no, that's the initiative process. How many people understand the initiative process? That's not necessarily what voters understand. And so If we can make a compromise, even though it could be challenged, if the compromise could be that we are agreeing that the auditor's fiscal impact will be a summary and included after the county council's impartial analysis, and that a link to the 9111 report is made available on the website for voters if they want it or not, bilingual, because it needs to be able for all residents to be able to read. I could leave the question the way it is, but I really think that fiscal information is so important that we need to make sure the voters have access to it and not make them jump through hoops to find out information, which they probably will never look up, but at least I tried.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Zanger.
Yeah, on that note, so it would be the auditor's summary, right?
It's an auditor's fiscal impact.
Fiscal impact. If we're going to go that route, it needs to be extremely clear what these terms mean, like build out versus 2035, if we're going that route. Because some of that is just terribly confusing for people.
We could ask the auditor if he would like to come up and just state if he has a problem defining some of these words. Thank you, Joe Paul, for coming today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. So there are 5 principles that the fiscal impact statement must conform to. The first is that it should be an estimate of any increase or decrease in revenues for the county if the measure is adopted. The second is there's the cost impact, an estimate of any increase or decrease in costs to the county, including administrative and operational expenses. The third is what are the long-term financial effects? Analysis of the long-term financial effects on the county's budget and financial health. The fourth pertains to assumptions and methodology. A clear explanation of the assumptions and methodologies used to calculate the fiscal impacts. And the fifth is compliance with legal requirements. Ensuring the statement complies with relevant local, state, and federal laws and regulations. Those are the elements that I will, as the county auditor, comply with.
Thank you, Joe Paul. Supervisor Zanger, do you have any additional questions? Supervisor Sotelo?
Joe Paul, have we ever done this fiscal analysis, included it in other measures or initiatives or anything like that on the ballot?
Not during the 17 years that I was head of elections. No, we did not.
Has any other jurisdiction in the county done that, whether it's like the city or any other special districts?
To include it in the ballot question?
Not in the question, as kind of the...
I want to make sure that...
Fiscal impact statement?
Yeah, the fiscal impact statement.
It's as I just explained,
that is common.
That is, these are the 5 elements that we must comply with in order to put an impact statement, a financial impact statement on the ballot.
Okay, so this is something that happens all the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not unusual. You don't order a 9111 report without wanting, having intended to ask the auditor to do that.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to, yep, thank you.
So if there's no other questions, I'm reluctant in my motion, but my motion would be that we adopt the resolution with the question unchanged, ensuring that the 9111 report does have, the initiative does have an auditor's fiscal impact, which item 15 states the county auditor is directed to review the measure and determine. I just want to make sure that if they're review and determine if there is substance of the county ballot measure, if adopted, would affect revenue or expenditures of the county auditor shall prepare a fiscal statement which estimates the amount of increase or decrease in the revenues or cost to the county if the proposed measure is adopted pursuant to the election code section. And as long as we have that report from the auditor's office, I can leave the question the way it is. And if the opponents want to sue, they can sue. Sorry, not to put us in litigation. Can I get a second? That was a motion.
Your motion is to certify the
The resolution as written.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. I thank everybody on this item. I know this is a really hot topic. I absolutely respect everybody that came today to talk on this, and I really appreciate keeping it civil and a debate. So thank you so much on all of that. With that, we're moving on to, it's 1 o'clock. Yeah, we're gonna actually, because I see we have 1, 2, oh yeah, we got several other items. So we're gonna break and go into closed session and then do the closed session items, and then we'll come back and complete the agenda. So we're anticipating about how much time? An hour? 45 minutes to an hour. So we'll say 2 o'clock. We'll be back no later than 2 o'clock.
Public comment?
Case maybe?
She said 45.
Yeah.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment for closed session. Thank you so much, public, for reminding me, and Vanessa.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on the raise hand icon. And we have Elia Salinas.
I'm going to go ahead and just.
If you are leaving the board chamber, please keep the comments down. Exit. If you're going to have comments, have it outside in the lobby, and we will start you again. Please keep the comments down. Thank you. Okay, start again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'll speak on both items with regarding to the evaluation, the performance evaluation of the CAO and the position for assistant CAO. And, we keep going back and forth. I don't know what the background or the conversations are with any of you with the CAO, but I understand we still have a CAO. So I don't know what the evaluation is that's going on because the CAO is not here. I'm very curious as to how you have come up with the idea to discuss an assistant CAO bringing in a new position with, how does it get on an agenda without you having a public discussion that you're going to you brought the idea and you're going to hire somebody else? How is it that a new position like that is done in closed session? It's placed on an agenda, yet the public's not aware of it until now it's on agenda. Should it not be brought forward for the public to know and you discuss and say, just like you're going to hire a new person for public works or a new person for the elections office, and you're going to hire you get a new title. It always comes forward in a public session, and I'm just not comfortable with coming up with the position of assistant CAO, and also whether you already have an idea that you might even already have someone in mind that's going to get the position. And it's just asking you all to be more transparent, because there's already a lot of questions in the community when it comes to what's going on with the CAO. And so doing this, I would appreciate it being more transparent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment just to address?
First of all, David, we're okay. Can we respond? I mean, I feel like we can't respond to public comment from here. So unfortunately, we can't.
Okay, I will follow up with her after the fact.
Yep, thank you. Oh, so we're going to adjourn for closed session. We'll be back by just probably right after 2 o'clock. Okay? Thank you.
No, I meant earlier to try.
Okay, we're coming back from closed session and, oh, I'm sorry. Did upcoming events did the item come off of the website? Okay, well, I'll use paper, I'll be fine. Okay, so coming back from closed session, County Council, do we have anything to report out?
Just the direction the staff was given.
Okay, and then we're moving on to 2.D, which is a fun topic because it's the celebration of our 150th. So Dulce will be presenting. Oh, Rosemary, okay.
If I can get started though, she'll join us shortly. So the county is going to be celebrating the 150th anniversary, and we're doing a big celebration this weekend. Staff has been working with the ad hoc, which is DOM and B, and working with Downtown Association as well as Historical Society, YMCA, and we have a lot of fun activities for the kids. That includes a petting zoo, bounce houses, and that's a little bit about some of the activities. We also have our legislative speakers, but Rosemary will go through the presentation and we could answer any questions at the end.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, Rosemary.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair and board members, as well as those of you who are left in the audience and those viewing online. You guys came back so quick, so I'm like a little bit out of breath, but yes, we are switching gears to something really fun and something that we're all really excited about. Something that our teams collectively have put a lot of work into. A lot of different departments are going to be represented there. Thank you to Supervisor Zanger and Supervisor Gonzalez for being on the ad hoc for that and providing that insight. So jumping into it while I catch my breath. So some of you may know that the county was established in 1874, so we are celebrating the 150th years of its inception this year, and we'll be celebrating it from February of this year to February 2025. And this celebration coming up here on Saturday is kind of the middle mark where we're hoping that everybody will be available to come out and celebrate with us. It is free, free admission, free parking. The vendors obviously have to make a living, and we're happy to support them and partner with them in that. But other than that, the entertainment is going to be free. It's going to be a really fun, family-friendly event where we have a lot of different community partners, legislators, entertainers that will be present there. So starting off the day, we are still planning on having a car show. I don't know if Supervisor Gonzalez wants to give a little update on that, maybe either at the end or now if you feel comfortable.
Well, since there wasn't a particular flyer that went out for the car show, I know that there are a lot of questions, but I know that the partners that we've been working with have been advertising on Facebook. So it sounds like we're going to have a nice showing. I just don't have a definitive number about how many cars are going to be there.
No problem. Yeah, and we have put out a lot of flyers. The flyers went home in everybody's bags that attended the car show this past Saturday. We've also handed a bunch out. We've posted the information on social media. We posted the information on our website. So the information is definitely out there. And just as a reminder too, for anybody who's not following us already, that is where you can find the information, is on our website as well as our social media feed. So it's going to be Instagram, Facebook, X, Nextdoor, and then we just joined Threads and potentially TikTok in the future for recruitment efforts if we get back up to that stage too. So I'm going to pass it over to Enya Holdaway, who is my intern, and she's been an amazing help so far with this process. And she's going to talk a little bit about some of the lawn games and activities that will be happening specifically for kids and those that are young at heart.
Hello, my name is Anya Holdaway. So some of the games that we're going to be having is sack races, tug of war, face painting, mini golf, petting zoo, bounce houses, design your own kite activity, Connect 4, and other games and prizes. And yeah, we are welcoming everyone, and it's free attendance.
So some of the legislators that will be present will be Senator Alex Padilla, Congresswoman Joe Walker. Did I turn this off?
I think.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I turned it off. So I'll start from just the beginning there. Okay, I just got news that Alex Padilla will not be there. Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren will be there, Senator Ana Caballero, Senator John Layard, and Speaker of Assembly Robert Rivas will also be in attendance, or representatives thereof. So we're very honored to have all of them there. We know that it's going to be a momentous occasion and filled with lots of history, storytelling, and just fun overall. Another element that will be present at the 150th is a time capsule. This is something that the Girl Scout Troop 20001 have worked very hard with the Historical Society as well as the Monterey Viejo chapter of the E Clampus Vitas, the Clampers, who are part of the Historical Society as well. And they are collecting artifacts, business cards, whatever you want to put in this capsule. There's still an opportunity to put those items in there. We sent out an email, and I think we've told lots of people verbally as well if they wanted to essentially write a letter to their future self. This will be opened up in 50 years from now, so hopefully most of us are still around in some various condition or, you know, and present for that. But yeah, so we have a time capsule and we have a plaque that we will be recognizing and kind of acknowledging on that day to mark the monument of where this time capsule will go. So we're really excited about that. That will be at the historical park on the same day. The time capsule will be buried on a later date. So Anya talked about the kids zone. We're also going to have food trucks. We have about 6 different food trucks that will be there. Hoppus Brothers is one of the vendors, as well as Matia Pizza, R&R Taco. I'm trying to remember all of them off the top of my head, but it's a good handful and a good mix of the type of foods that you'll be getting. Sorry, there's no coffee, Supervisor Zanger, but if you come with your own, it should still be a really great day. So yeah, many departments will be there. The fire department will be there. The sheriff's office will be assisting with parking in the main parking spot, and they're at the park and also at our overflow. All of these documents are on our website, and they're also up on our social media as well. In the stories portion, if you go to our highlight reel up at the top, is where you can find everything about the 150th. And there's also a really detailed map where you can find all of the different types of vendors that will be present and where to find the kids' games, and also about how the shuttle bus will be running, because we do have overflow parking that will be just up the road, less than half a mile, and COG as well as the local transit authority are assisting with that free of charge. So we're very grateful for their partnership as well. And then, do you guys have any questions?
Okay, before we bring it back for board questions, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise hand icon. And we have Rod Powell.
Sorry? Next item.
Oh, okay. No public comment.
Okay, so bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Do our ad hoc members want to make a statement or anything?
Well, I just want to say thank you to staff for all the time that you put in. Toward the end, we were having weekly meetings, and so it became very, very, in terms of hours commitment necessary from the county staff. So I just want to thank you all for your efforts and your participation. And then to Omar Rosas from the Hollister Downtown Association.
Yeah.
Judy Kane, is that her last name? Anita Kane, as well as John Warble, because again, the partnerships that we built, meeting on a regular basis, it was wonderful. So thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger, no?
Oh, she said it all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Comment,
real
Supervisor
brief, I just,
Kosmicki?
just hoping we can, if we haven't already had press release sent out to all the media. I know we've done Facebook, but all the media outlets, so Benito,
Yes.
Freelance, the TV stations, and
Yes, sir, we have. And 2 news stations have reached out to me to cover the story.
Okay.
And I'm still waiting to hear back if they're going to have any representatives the day of, but that went out a couple weeks ago. And other than carrier pigeons, which were out of the budget, and smoke signals, which it's fire season, so couldn't do that either. We really exhausted all efforts to get the communication out about this event. We were out at farmers market, in person, handing out hundreds of flyers. And we presented at various clubs like the Rotary Club. We were at the rodeo. We really, I think, did a exhaustive job with doing outreach for this. So yeah, the media was also well informed and part of that process.
great. Thank you.
That's great. Supervisor Sotelo, no comment?
No, just thank you. It sounds like you guys, I'm looking forward to it. I'll only be able to be there for a little bit. We've got a family wedding that day, but I will at least stop out there for a couple hours.
Tell them to reschedule.
But thank you. It sounds like you guys are doing an amazing job. And, I know if out at the rodeo, we helped hand out flyers.
Yes.
And so I'm looking forward to it. So thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you to all of you who helped with that and participated, as well as handing out those flyers and the outreach too. So, no
Okay.
other questions?
No, I don't think we have any more except for a thank you.
Thank you.
So we're looking forward to
It's
it
gonna be
this
really
weekend.
fun.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item number 2.E, which is receive an informational presentation regarding shared services between the City of Hollister, City of San Juan Bautista, and the county, and provide feedback or direction as we decide.
Who's doing this presentation?
I have the presentation up. Honey, are you gonna?
Which one's coming? Somebody's coming.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. This item is regarding shared services that we share with the City of Hollister as well as the City of San Juan Bautista. So I will go over that. I do have a PowerPoint that I will share as well. I apologize. I'll be doing my glasses back and forth because I'm at this age where I have to do this. So it's not that I'm not looking at you. I'm just trying to read my own notes. So again, this presentation is to discuss the shared services as an informational presentation for you all. As I indicated, these again with the County of San Benito, City of Hollister, and the City of San Juan Bautista. We share services which help promotes efficiencies, cost effectiveness, collaboration, and innovation, making it a strategic choice for many of the services that we provide. These agreements are in place to help maximize operational efficiencies. So we'll go through some of this. I do want to say that this, on part of the package that you received, there was a spreadsheet that was started by City Manager of City of Hollister, David Marioni, and also San Juan Bautista City Manager Don Reynolds and myself. So that's where it kind of started with. So you'll see some of that it was in your package. And then we'll go through this kind of PowerPoint that you can kind of see a little bit more breakdown. Again, so what we're going to do is break it down to the services that are shared that are led by the county, and then the services that are led by the City of Hollister, as well as anything that was with San Juan Bautista. County-led services regarding what we have here is communications agreement, elections, we have geographic information systems, which GIS, integrated waste, law enforcement, library, PLHA, which stands for Permanent Local Housing Allocation, and then also Veterans Park. And anything else that we had also indicated, it was on the spreadsheet, but we also it's not really in the PowerPoint, but there's for open discussion, it would be additional mental health services such and homelessness, public defender, jail, and landfill. So we also wanted to add that in there as well for any discussion that may come out of this. Okay, next one. Oops. So on the communications part, the County of San Benito and the City of Hollister participated in a centralized consolidated public safety communication system with Santa Cruz Regional 911. That was on July 1st of 2020 or 2012 as a communications agreement. It's consolidated public safety communication system, county technology infrastructure link. We have 4 repeater sites here in San Benito. San Benito holds the FCC licensure. Currently, the shared cost for the City of Hollister is 65.56%, and the shared cost for the County of San Benito is 34.44%, and that is annually invoiced for payment on that. Elections, there is no contract or MOU in place. It's a resolution which is submitted by an agency requesting an election. The agency may be the City of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, or any other special district. Election services are provided and reimbursed on actual cost. GIS Memorandum of Agreement. County staff provides the framework to design, capture, store, manipulate, analyze, manage, and present geographic data. The shared cost between the following agencies is county is 60%, City of Hollister is 26%, San Juan Bautista is 1%, LAFCO is 1%, COG has 2% cost, and the county Office of Ed is 3%, and Sunny Slope County Water District is 8%. And I can go back to if you need, once I'm done with the presentation, if you have questions. Integrated Waste is a joint powers agreement, JPA, that was established in 1995 with a cost sharing agreement added in 2006. The county performs the services and the bills the city quarterly for their proportionate shares and actual costs of operation. Currently, the City of Hollister is 64%, the City of San Juan Bautista 3%, and the County of San Benito is 33%. Law enforcement sheriff's deputy. This contract is with the City of San Juan Bautista. It pays for 1 full-time sheriff's deputy for the City of San Juan, and that contract was last updated in 2009. So we've been providing that since 2009. The invoice. The City of San Juan Bautista is invoiced each month for actual cost of the deputy. Currently, the average cost is $114,088, which was paid in fiscal year 23-24. Library. The library receives $15,000 annually from the City of Hollister. And according to our records, it was for last, I think we received was in 2019-20 fiscal year. However, we did receive a check yesterday from the city with a payment of $45,000, which included the fiscal years of 22-23, 23-24, and then 24-25. So we received that yesterday. The library contacted me yesterday to say they received a check for $45,000. The PLHA, the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, this is a contract between the County of San Benito and the City of San Juan Bautista for state-funded PLHA grant, which is $72,200, which provides supportive services for homeless individuals. Also, we have a contract between ourselves and the City of Hollister for state-funded PLHA grant, which is in the amount of $585,761. And we also operate the home resource center that is part of the agreement that the county fulfills. Looks like it would be our last one on this part. Veterans Park is a contract between San Benito County and the City of Hollister since 1999. The city maintains the field, provides water, sewer service, and insurance. The city will not charge residents for unincorporated areas of the county more than residents of the city for the use of field. My additional notes is that the county is in charge of the parking lot and the restrooms, and the city is in charge of the field and the skate park. So just some of the other parts of what we discussed in the beginning of the presentation is the lead services that the city of Hollister provides to the county, which are animal control, fire, the IT GIS building, mental health officer, the OES trailers at the airport, and Vets Hall. Animal control, the city of Hollister owns and operates the Hollister Police Animal Control and Services, so it's the ACS. ACS maintains skilled officers and employees to operate and maintain the sheltering facility and all animals under their care. The cost sharing agreement, the county is responsible for 55% of the expenditures of the unit of 2025 Hollister Animal Control Bureau and less costs for the 911 communications. This is paid month to month. Fire. Obviously, we have a contract with the city of Hollister.
Real quick, I think we just have a real quick question. If anybody does have questions while we're doing this, it might be easier to ask while we're going instead of coming back. So please feel free to chime up.
Thank you. You mentioned the expenditures for unit number 2025. Is that a special division of animal control services, or is it 55% of all of the expenditures for animal control?
Let me see if I have that in my notes. You have that? It's all?
Yeah. That's just reference to their budgetary unit for all expenditures of animal control.
Okay, so we pay 55% of all of animal control. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions with animal control before I move to fire? Okay. So fire, we have contract with the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito, which includes full fire service, structural fire protection, vegetation fire, vehicle accident, pre-hospital emergency medical services, hazardous material incidents, technical rescue services, hazardous conditions, response, flooding, down power lines, earthquake, etc., fire prevention, and then fire investigation and pre-planning. This payment is paid quarterly invoice. The amount for the fiscal year of 23-24 is $2,242,688, and as the county is aware, at the end of June, the county received a 270-day notice to discuss current contract with fire. So we're the board is well aware of that. So the next one is
Madam Chair, clarify to terminate the contract.
Correct. The next one is information technology, the IT building, which is at the top of, I think it's called Hilltop, if I'm not mistaken. November 23rd, 2021, a lease agreement was done between the city of Hollister and the county of San Benito. The lease is to pay $1 per year for the address, which is the 420 Hilltop Street. Or Hill Street, excuse me. It's a 10-year lease with a 5-year extension upon written notice by the city. And currently, our county IT department is, that's their headquarters where they're located at. Also, city-led services is the mental health officer with their MOU between the county behavioral health department and the city of Hollister Police Department. We have one community liaison that responds to all areas. This is invoiced quarterly, and maximum reimbursement for from the county is $218,000 per year. The last one on this list is Vets Hall. February 6th of 2001, the county deeds the Veterans Memorial Building to the city. The Veterans Office Services Officer, the VSO, and the UC Co-op Extension Services may use the building at no charge. City allows various veterans groups to continue to use the building as well. There's no difference in the amount of fees charged to the county or the city to their residents. County paid city a one-time deferred maintenance contribution of $50,000 for that agreement. And that is it for the presentations, but or for the slides, but I'm available for any questions. There was again, there was a couple things that I wanted to just make sure that for the board's knowledge. Let me get the, currently it looks like their City of Hollister is, we're working on the payments for communications, the GIS and the library. Even though we got the 45,000 yesterday, staff is still looking at the data on that. So I just want to make sure that is clear on that. I'm trying to think. Yeah, that was that information I wanted to share as well. So if there's any questions, please let me know.
Okay, before we bring it back to the board, let's open it up to public comment.
Rod Powell.
Good afternoon, Chair Curro and members of the board. I'm Rod Powell, the Assistant City Manager for the City of Hollister. Happy to be before you this afternoon. I appreciate the presentation that's been made by your Deputy CAO. I'm here on behalf of the City of Hollister to provide some additional context and to once again reaffirm our ongoing willingness to collaborate and work with you on this ongoing matter of shared public services. It's very important to all residents of the county, and we are committed to working through this with you. We understand that there's a number of meetings and initiatives in play, including an upcoming presentation to the Intergovernmental Committee that was requested a few months ago, and that your Deputy CAO and the two city managers from San Juan Bautista and the City of Hollister are currently working on. That being said, based on this presentation, we also want to express that there are a number of nuances to what you're seeing and that is being presented. Those include several very old agreements that need to be worked through and discussed to arrive at mutual understanding, and then additional nuances about infrastructure costs and in opposition to services, et cetera. But that being said, just again to reaffirm that the City of Hollister is very willing and open to continuing to collaborate on this. We do need to arrive at some cost-effective, mutually beneficial ways to serve this community. There are many different factors that come into play, and we look forward to that taking place in the near future.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Delia Salinas.
Good afternoon. I would like to comment on the communications agreement, the fire protection services, and the deputy services for San Juan Bautista. Due to lack of resources, economic resources in San Benito County, the Sheriff's Department does have requests to fill for deputies, but we fall short because the San Benito County has been unable to give him those positions. I also understand with regards to the Sheriff's Department, I'll mention also that I do remember that there's going to be a structure with the naming of whether the correctional officers can be a different title of a name so they can bring on other people that don't have to have the police officers research training. And with regards to the communications agreement as well, with there is an issue, and I would hope that you all reach out and try to get some federal funds and some state funds, because there is a problem with that. There was an incident where I think it was a Chase Bank. There was a bank robbery, and literally there were officers next to each other, and they couldn't even communicate because it was a problem, and that's a danger. So you need to go out and you need to try to get some kind of with their own. They used to have their own communication services with regards to being able to speak to each other. It's gone down instead of improved. And with the fire protection services, I realize that you don't have a CAO. You have an assistant CAO. I don't know. I know there's literally been no one that the city has been able to actually sit down and talk to There was it was a comment that was made, and it wasn't taken very well with regards to that. But that's the honest truth. How do you go forward with with everyday operations of the county without a CAO? And again, don't know the status. We just know he's still employed, but San Juan Oaks paid ahead of time and $6 or $8 million, and that money was used for the general fund to meet the budget. And it shouldn't have been touched, should have gone to fire protection. And you must remember that San Juan Oaks dedicated property, and they said that they would build a fire station. That's in San Benito County, so it's very, very important for you all to negotiate a fire agreement. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Would anybody like to start?
I can start.
Seeing Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, I mean, I think the gist of this conversation arose, we've been talking about this for quite a while. Because there are all these shared services, these issues tend to crop up between what's fair here and what's fair there. And I think this is kind of rose to the top for the obvious reason, which is the fire protection contract and the termination clause that was put in. So we're, so to speak, on the clock here to address that. And so the idea here is to, and this is where I'm at basically, if we're going to have any conversations about fire costs, which, the city has essentially put out a message that they want the county to chip in a whole lot more toward the fire budget. And I'm not going to belabor the points I've previously made about why I don't think it's necessarily right that we're having this contract terminated with 1.5 years left. But if they do, if they are sort of, in a sense, demanding that we pay more for fire services, then it's only fair. It makes absolutely no sense to just have a conversation about fire protection, because there are all these other areas where we share services and we may feel like we're not getting a fair share on certain other areas. So if we go down the road of, let's sit down and talk fire services, at that point, we're immediately giving away all our leverage and essentially putting ourselves at risk when it comes to these other areas as far as recouping what I would say are fair costs. And so, just for instance, and this is kind of one of the easy ones that comes to mind, but, why is the county funding basically all the costs for an over $1 million a year cost for the library, which essentially serves, for the vast majority, serves city residents. A lot of communities, the libraries are actually paid for and operated by the cities. Gilroy is an example of that, where they have a library. And so, that one is one that really jumps out as far as the city's contributing $15,000 a year. And then they actually haven't even been paying us until yesterday for the last 3 years, and they're coming to us asking for millions of dollars more in fire protection. Other areas like homelessness, which has become a much bigger growing problem and is going to cost a lot of money going forward, especially in light of, I would hope the Supreme Court ruling that recently came down and some of the costs that are going to come along with essentially cleaning up our community. And I would hope that the city of Hollister would be willing to commit more there. Other ones like veterans services, Veterans Park, we're putting a whole lot of money into Veterans Park now, which is technically a county park, but historically, for historical purposes, Veterans Park, my understanding is when it first was developed many years ago, it was outside of the city, and the city grew. And now Veterans Park is essentially in the middle of the city. It's kind of like the mainstay park of the community that local groups use. In the same sense that I refer to the library, it's basically a city park. But for a large extent, we're paying for a lot of the upgrades and things that come along with that. So those are just, I appreciate all the examples. I think what the presentation really underscores is that there are a whole lot of areas where we share services, and we should be sitting down and having discussions about cost share, not just one area, which is fire protection. And so even, maybe traditionally counties handle public defenders, but we've really increased our commitment to public defender services in the community, which does largely benefit City of Hollister residents. The jail, we've had a lot of discussions about the jail, and I think we can all agree we all want a good functioning jail in the community for safety purposes. But can the city contribute toward the jail? The landfill, those are all sort of in the same vein. So the point is that yes, I think we should be reasonable going forward. I think we had this process going to form a fire protection district to try to stabilize the finances for fire protection services into the future. We've had this wrench thrown into things on that. But for me, I'm hoping there's been talk about forming a JPA at the fire protection district, and so that these three organizations can sit down and negotiate over fire costs. And what I threw out at that meeting was I'm only willing to do that basically is if we include all these services in that discussion. It makes no sense, again, for the county to talk about whether or not we should be paying more for fire services, and then in the same vein, we're leaving out all these other areas where I would argue we're not getting our fair share. So I'm hoping that we can come to a consensus on if we're going to have a conversation about fire protection, that we insist as a county to talk about all these areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. I don't know that I have a whole lot more to add. I will say, I appreciate the assistant city manager being here, Mr. Powell, and the comments that he made. I agree, we do have some very old agreements and some things that maybe doesn't work today. And I think there are some different costs. And so I appreciate him saying that they're open and willing to negotiate on some of these shared services. And I 100% agree. Communications issue is a huge issue that we all need to be very concerned about as a community. Henny, I want to thank you because I know that you really have been, you've had to kind of learn all of this stuff really, really quick. And I know that you have been working with the city manager, David Marioni, and on kind of working through some of these issues with the fire contract and different things like that. So I just want to thank you. I know we definitely have had a seat at the table. I know you've really been working with them. And so I just want to publicly acknowledge that I appreciate you stepping in and learning quickly. And so I think Supervisor Kosmicki brings up some interesting points. And, I agree. The library is one that, I wish we didn't have to have this discussion, right? That I wish there was more money coming in, more revenue coming into the county. But I keep saying, I feel like we are in dire straits. Like we do not have enough to survive anymore. And so we're looking at the community as a whole. How can we do this together without getting rid of all of these services that mean so much to this community? But I think we've got to be willing to sit at the table and have a conversation and be willing to have kind of those tough conversations and be willing to work together for the betterment of our entire community. So I'm open to talking about the shared services in their entirety and seeing kind of what makes sense, what doesn't. Maybe there are some things that we need to look at and redo. I know that the fire protection services contract has been terminated, and I know that what's being proposed is I don't know where the county is going to come up with that money per se. So I think it's healthy for us to start having some conversations and look at this in a little more of a holistic way. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Zanger, any comments? Nothing to add? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, your average citizen doesn't know what the county pays and what the city pays. So I thank you for this report. But I think what we need to do as elected officials, both at the city and the county, we need to get together and we need to talk. We need to have a joint meeting. We need to see what the actual costs are, what the share of costs for each entity is with the city of San Juan as well as the city of Hollister. But this is a quintessential forum for where a JPA would be able to look at what are our shared and combined costs altogether. But as you said, these contracts have been in effect for years, decades, long before any of us were elected. We're up here at the city or at the county of San Benito. And so I just think it's in our best interest to remember that we all need to work together for the benefit of the community as a whole. And it's not them, it's not us, but we really need to work together and open dialogue and be honest and talk with each other, not talk at each other. Because that's the key thing, because it's a us against them mentality, and it shouldn't be, because we are a community as a whole, a united community, and we're divided by these agreements that predate all of us sitting on the board, whether it's the city of Hollister, city of San Juan, or the county of San Benito. So there's got to be a better way in which we approach these. And I know that the fire protection issue was the crux that got this conversation started. But let's let that be the start of the conversation and work through all of these, because I'm tired of hearing that it's us against them. It's not fair. They need to carry more. We need to carry more. It just needs to be more united in our conversations, and the dialogue has to be open. And Mr. Powell, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. This is the first time I'm meeting you, so hello. But it really does need to be more of a united conversation with each other and not against. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for all the comments. I am going to have to agree with the majority of the comments from the board today. I will say that this conversation that I know of, we started talking about this, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, back in intergovernmental, we were talking animal control, and we were like, well, where is the spot that we can bring all this information together? So we have to take little wins. And the little win is we've addressed that we have a problem with shared services, and we have to start talking about it. And we can't go into this, and I'm going to repeat a little bit of what Supervisor Gonzalez so eloquently said, is that we have to start coming at this with an open mind. But at the same time, there's a lot of opinions. And to add a couple of things, that's not included in here, when you say communications, that's 911. And just the 4 receivers, but how much of that is actually specified about what our public works communication, our school communication? So there's other areas that it even grows a little bit bigger. So right now I feel like we're just like scratching just the little surface of it. But also we have to look at the first step is identifying it. This is a great step to start to identify the shared services, but I think the conversation could even be bigger, because we need to talk about wastewater for the county and the unincorporated area. And that's a LAFCO topic that we're bringing that municipal service review. But then there's also the tax sharing agreements, whether it's the residential or the commercial. And it's been said by others, and I thank, the assistant city manager for being here and everyone that is here. It's been said by others that we are a county that needs a whole dollar, and we're all fighting over the 25 cents that we have available funding-wise in this community. And instead of attacking each other, I believe that we need to start identify. So this is a really great step. Thank you, Henny. Thank you, Dulce. Thank you, staff. I thank both cities, City of San Juan, City of Hollister, because we're starting to make the list. Then gathering those outdated contracts. The one thing that I know better in this county after really coming on in 2011 is that there's a lot of really outdated contracts, especially that are recorded at the recorder's office, where you just shake your head and go, does anybody even know that this needs to be updated? So we're not going to be able to fix all of these things at once, but we do need to come up with a game plan. And I think there's key areas where we have to also then not just determine what are shared services, but what are services that are county requirements versus city requirements, and then talk about what are those shared. Because there's history in this community, but then there's also the way it's done in functioning jurisdictions that have that collaboration that's already happened. Now, the good news is we've started the conversation, but we have a lot more to talk about. We have, how we donate to nonprofits, our economic development funding, all these different things are things that if we sit down and as a community start working together, I believe even if we chisel through them, and I always use the Shawshank Redemption movie because how long did it take to chisel through the wall to then get to the pipe that then you swam through all of the, to get to the other side and get clean? We have to recognize we're chiseling right now, and then we're going to swim through a whole bunch of stuff together, but we need to be able to have that collective conversation. Now, at times, I don't think we're going to be able to solve it. Do we need to think about, if we talk about the JPA that was brought up from the Fire Advisory Committee from the City of San Juan Bautista bringing that up, do we say, okay, if we do a JPA, what does that formation look like between the three jurisdictions? Do we need to have a mediator? Do we need to have someone that is agreed upon that the JPA works with to be able to, in a non-political lens, look at this and come up with some recommendations? Because this is huge. It is. And there's only so much of that property tax that's able to go around. And unfortunately, we can't make more of it without growth, and this community doesn't want growth. So how do we find this balance? So I appreciate all this information. I loved that you attached all the contracts that you guys could find. I thought that I didn't think we asked for that. I think that was above and beyond, and it shows and highlights what we really need to do, and that is dive into this, but also make sure that we have legal involved so that legal can, from their experience, what are some of the things that we should be looking at when we do these contract updates. And fire does need to be one of our number one topics. It really does. And the only way we're going to start the fire conversation is if we agree that we have bigger problems than just fire. So I agree with the comments from the board members that fire may be how we start, but this JPA maybe needs to be bigger than just fire and start to really address. Now, could it blossom into wherever the fire district might happen? I don't know. But we need to have the conversation. Supervisor Zanger's looking at me.
Yeah. I just want to put it out there so we don't lose the plot at all. We're talking about how we all need to work together, and I agree we do. But just it needs to be very clear that the city they're the ones that canceled our fire service, terminated contract when I don't think they should have. So just when we're talking about how we all need to work together, we need to remember that we do feel that way, but there is roles that the different agencies are playing here. And so I just don't want that to get lost on anyone.
And I appreciate your comments on that. And I do, somebody had to throw a big burning stick into the fire, not to do anything with fire. That was just totally off the top of my head. So I apologize for bringing fire up with fire. But they needed to do something to get our attention. I want to let the city of Hollister know you have our attention. Clearly, we need to have a conversation, but I do believe that there is a conversation that could be had across multiple areas that potentially we could, come up with a compromise. And that also means that we have agreed in discussing with the advisory committee that we need to look at all options when it comes to fire. And I've been doing my research, and I think one of the things we need to do is if we leave this right now with intergovernmental, because intergovernmental is really, in my opinion, where we kind of reignited this. It just got highlighted because of the fire conversation. That if we could sit down in intergovernmental or have an ad hoc from intergovernmental, that intergovernmental could bring members from the three jurisdictions together to start to have a conversation. Unfortunately, we have to agree and disagree better. So we have to go into this with the understanding that no one's going to be 100% happy on any of this, but we also need to be transparent with the public about what our limited resources are and where we can and can't. And maybe over time, maybe other things can be done over a phase, depending on which item. I mean, I'm not even going to pick one. The IT building, I like that dollar lease. That's pretty sweet. But have you been to the IT building? That's all I'm going to say about that. And GIS is no longer at that IT building. They're over at assessor's office. But I just think it's kind of interesting, that, yeah, we'll take your hand-me-downs of buildings that you want to basically board up or tear down because we're that desperate, because we don't even have enough for facilities. So I don't know if anybody has a recommendation or if you guys would like to make a recommendation to the board. I see Supervisor
I wanted to reiterate a couple of points that were made, and yes, we obviously have to come to the table, and this can't just be a tit for tat sort of thing. But I don't think it should be. I don't think there should be a perception, or it's fair that there's a perception that because people like myself spoke out when they terminated or did the notice to terminate the fire clause, that somehow that was that my view was the antagonistic view, because what they did was by the nature of what they did was antagonistic. These are, we had a year and a half left. We were working toward a fire protection district. And we had our CAO go out on medical leave, and then just incidentally, we get this termination clause, and the clock starts on, and in the community's mind, what happens at the end of the 270 days? Do we just not have fire protection? I mean, that's a pretty heavy maneuver to take. And so I don't think me standing up and not being happy about that and pointing out to the public that I didn't feel like it's fair, to me, I was defending the county. I felt like the antagonism started from the city with all of this. We could have done this without essentially threatening to cut off fire services. And so, but I do think we need to put all that behind us. We got to figure something out. I would reiterate what Supervisor Sotelo said, which is the reality of this. And I've said this to them in our fire protection meetings. We don't even have the money. So I don't know what they're expecting, to be really frank about it. I mean, to all our employees, what this really means is that we got to make a bunch of cuts. If they expect some multi-million dollar paycheck this next year and years going forward, that means the county's going to have to make a bunch of cuts, and that means layoffs, and that means major services, and perhaps some of the departments that we've talked about today are going to have to go, because that's the reality of this. We do not have the money that they're asking for. So that's really, I don't know what the answer is, and that's why I think the shared services, we have to have a realistic conversation about what we can all afford and can't afford as two and three communities. I would propose that any JPA or any formal discussions that the county enters into going forward would involve all shared services as opposed to just fire protection services. And I would also propose that we do some sort of formal resolution to, I'm not so sure intergovernmental is one. I appreciate the thought. We've talked about it as intergovernmental members. My history with intergovernmental, just to be honest about it, is that not a lot actually gets done out of intergovernmental. It's not the most productive format for whatever reason. So I would just suggest that we formally request that the city of Hollister pull back on their termination clause, and at least indefinitely, or put a longer time frame, some sort of extension on this termination clause, because realistically, I don't see any way that we're going to get this all figured out in such a short time frame. Thanks.
Anybody want to add? Because I'll add. Because of being on the Fire Advisory Committee meeting and meeting with the City of Hollister and the City of San Juan Bautista to understand where the city managers are coming from, I hear everything that you're saying, Supervisor Kosmicki, and I get the frustration of how we got to this point. I really think that we need to be able to sit down and come up with, even if it's an interim or something that gives us the ability to extend the fire contract and not have it terminated, to be able to extend and ensure we have time to determine, do we want to create a JPA? And I hate to say it, I agree about the intergovernmental. I have such high hopes. I always try to have high hopes on some of these things. But as you know, it's not like that intergovernmental has the authority. So the JPA idea of creating a JPA that does one major thing, which is addresses shared services with some power and authority from those representatives, where they have been given authority by their boards or their council to be able to negotiate. Maybe that's a route, or maybe we need to have an outside moderator, someone that can negotiate independently and facilitate the conversation. I know that in LAFCO, the LAFCO executive director does it for when a municipal service review, maybe between the county and the city, is being done. They'll facilitate that. But maybe there's an entity out there that we can kind of piggyback on some of that. So my question, my direction would be, yes, I totally agree. We need to extend, but we need to also be able to negotiate. And how does the board want to move forward with what that negotiation could look like? Do we want to create an ad hoc so that there is some open dialogue that could be had, and understand that we may not agree, but we need to start the dialogue and say, so what do you really need to be able to extend the contract? What can we do in the interim to give us more time? Because all of this takes time, and time is a luxury we do not have right now.
And Madam Chair, if I may add on to that, the thought is great about ad hoc. I just feel like in this particular circumstance, an ad hoc without having full board involvement could, one little move or one little conversation or comment could take us down a path that is irreversible in a sense. When it comes to these level of negotiations, I feel like having a professional negotiator or a mediator that we can all agree to makes more sense than just having ad hoc conversations, because ad hoc conversations, like I said, you could throw something out there that maybe you shouldn't have thrown out there and the whole board didn't necessarily agree with. You'd have to go into those conversations with consent from the entire board to say everything you're going to say, because it's a negotiation at that point. Or we have the joint meeting and just let's try to hash it out in public and have a discussion, a respectful discussion that, here are all the areas that we have shared services, fire's included in that. Here's some of our other context that we don't believe this is just about percentage of calls to the county versus percentage of calls to the city. There are other factors involved, like response times in San Juan are much shorter than response times in Piscines. So, or response time in downtown Hollister is much shorter than response times in Tres Pinos. So, or that a lot of the people that are getting involved in the vehicle wrecks that are on the county roads might just happen to be City of Hollister residents. And we certainly don't want to lose the ability to respond to those folks getting in those incidents, whether they're from the city or the county. So maybe that makes sense maybe we do have a joint meeting. We propose some sort of joint meeting, but potentially look at how do we start to have and they're going to have to agree either way. So just throwing out the idea of, let's talk about all shared services. Can we do this as a group, or do we need to get some outside entity involved to help us guide us along the conversation?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
A question on that, just I guess for both of you two, just since you're on the Fire Protection Committee, has there been indication from the city that they want to talk about all shared services at this point?
I think that from the intergovernmental conversation and both city managers working with the acting CAO, they know that this is a conversation that's needed. I don't think that the conversation of all shared services is going to solve the fire problem. I think it's spearheading and making the fire be the first one that we really need to address, but we have to be looking at all the other ones in parallel. Right. A joint meeting, when you say joint meeting, joint both cities, correct, and county.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that we're very clear when we say joint meeting.
We'd have to do that in a special setting. Maybe it's Vets Hall or something.
And just having that meeting could be very dangerous and very good at the same time. Sorry, I'm just being honest. It was a long day here today. The reason I'm saying that is we have to come into this, and I want to say how much I appreciate this board today. because I appreciate the public being able to say and disagree, but we need to also disagree. But if we're going to do a joint meeting like this, we need to come not with accusations. We can't do fear in our public. We can't finger point. We have to say, this is where we're at. Now, how do we get out of this mess? And what could that look like? Supervisor Sotelo.
Well, I'm just curious, before we go down too far this road of creating ad hocs or JPAs or joint meetings, but is it at all possible that like we give part of this task to our staff to start working with the cities, both cities on, can you guys kind of brainstorm, and is there any working room or, I don't know. It just seems like we should be starting there and seeing if there's any room and kind of bringing back a few ideas and then possibly then take it to the next step. But it seems very preliminary for us to just jump full on board with going with either a JPA or a joint meeting. I almost would like to work out some of the kinks and some of the blame and the different things that I feel like if we have staff kind of tackle some of this initially, we might be able to make a little bit of way a little further and quicker than just doing a large public meeting.
And I really like where Supervisor Sotelo came from on this, because I think what we need to have is take what you've done, because this is a great start. You're starting to really see from our lens of what we're looking at when we say shared services, but we're not all going to agree what a shared service is. Some people are going to have arguments about Vets Park. They're going to have arguments about, especially the public defender. I can see arguments there. But if we could bring the realistic and having council work with the city and you and the city of San Juan to really hone in on this shared services list and the contracts that we know we have and we don't have, and come back with a recommendation of these are the services that we believe should be county, typically in what we're a general law county versus a charter county. These are the services typically in a general law city, because the city of Hollister is not a general law, right? I mean, it's not charter. Do I have that right? You're not a charter city. No. Okay, so I don't think we have any charter cities. So, but being able to bring in general law and some common base, and then come back to us with, okay, these are the services that are typically county. These are the services that are typically city. These are all the agreements that we have right now, including how old they are and what's missing out of them. Because the thing I'm seeing is, yeah, we have a communication agreement, but do we have a communication agreement? Or do we have a communication agreement for 911 services and a couple of towers? But what do we really need our communication to be? So identifying, and I like the idea of having staff bring that more detail back to us. The problem I have is time.
This is where I was.
It's all about time.
And that's the, Madam Chair, if I may add on to that, is that because of that, and that's why I'm suggesting that all this stuff is going to take, we come back in August and maybe how many special meetings are we going to have? The clock is ticking. I mean, the clock is, realistically, this is not going to get done in 200 days or whatever's left on that clock. And because if we're going to talk about all shared services, which I firmly believe we should, hammering out all those arrangements and finding a consensus and maybe convincing the city to an extent that, we understand that you need maybe some more help, but we can't just look at this through the lens that you're seeing this through, because we have all these other areas. So what I'm getting at is have a goal of forming some sort of an arrangement to negotiate all shared services, but at the same time formally requesting that the city of Hollister extend this termination clause to put some ease in everyone's mind. Like, we get the point. We understand the point. You see that you like Supervisor Curl said, you got our attention. We get the point. But nobody wants fire protection services to be put at risk for the county, which affects everybody, including both cities. So they've got to be reasonable. So I would also suggest doing some sort of formal resolution requesting to extend the termination clause with the understanding that we all have a goal of getting something done within a certain time frame, but I just don't think 200 days is realistic.
So, thank you. I appreciate that. And the one thing from the Fire Advisory Committee meeting that I just kind of called it out, and some of you may have been there, is the bottom line is trust. The city doesn't trust us. And when we offered to pay for the full fire contract for the special district, and yeah, we paid for the feasibility study, we pay for this. I said, I'd go back to my board and I'll ask, and we'll pay for this, 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 and this. It came down to the trust of the vendor not being trusted. Then it was, okay, so it's the vendor you don't trust. Oh no, really, it's because the county has been facilitating that. So when it comes down to this, we're gonna have to find a way to have a step forward of gaining trust with each other, that we're not out to bash each other or financially ruin each other or take advantage of each other. And I don't know how we build that trust if we don't actually sit down with the city and say, what do you need? Because remember, we're resource poor. What do you need to make it where we can extend the contract and start all these negotiations on shared services? What can we do in the interim? And I'm not saying just hand them a bunch of money, because we don't have a bunch of money to give. And I mean, and if we do have to do something like that, where is that going to come from? How's that? That's a whole budget question. After sitting down and really looking at how we made it through the budget cycle this last year, or this last, budget cycle, we got to recognize we've got a bigger problem, and this can has been kicked down year after year after year. Status quo, the way it's always been. We will freeze positions instead of looking at what the long-term solution is going to be. And the only way we're going to find a long-term solution, and I really truly believe this, is if we as a community can bring the two cities and the county together and show the state and the federal government that we can't be taken advantage of anymore. Mandates cannot be shoved down to us and expect. What they're doing is they're making us fight because they're not funding. And no matter how you slice it, there's not enough money to go around. So at what point do we say, okay, we can't perform this? Fire, safety, law enforcement, healthcare, the hospital, all of these have to be our essential thoughts at the forefront. So my only, and I'm sorry to kind of get preaching here, but if we infight publicly, constantly, and we do it out there, whether it's in the media, and we bash each other in our community, the state is never going to give us any relief. And we've got nowhere else to look except for our residents. And I do not want to ask the residents for more of their money. They can't afford it. So what do we do? And I don't have an answer.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Zanger.
Yes, we're talking about trust, and I agree. We need to improve trust between, the city and the county. I don't see how we can do that if the city would be unwilling to rescind their termination. If we say, hey, we're working on a solution, we want to come together and work on something, but we would appreciate it if you'd stop threatening all the residents with no fire service in the meantime. If they can't agree to that, how are we supposed to start a trust building exercise? I mean, it just seems like that should be the baseline foundation.
But should it be that? Or because if you listen to both sides, what is the financial limitations right now of the city of Hollister? I'm sorry, I'm not a finance person. I don't know. Supervisor Zanger.
Kind of going on that note.
Supervisor Sotelo, my apologies. Looking at Zanger saying,
it's all right.
It's all right. It's been a long day.
Catch it. I'm just kind of going with that note. I think what might be really helpful, at least for me, if we could get some additional information on the shared services. I really appreciate there was breakdowns and percentages, but what are we talking about in the big scheme of things, like with the budget, right? So let's just take, I don't know, one of the first one here is City of Hollister Animal Control Services. So we pay 55%, but what is the total budget and like what's the history of that, right? Because I think that's one of the arguments with kind of the fire is that it's increased so much over the years. And so has that increased? And if it has, what is it? We're paying 55%. If we go back 5 years, I think it might be helpful on some of these different things where we can get the information to kind of really see it. What is our budgeted line item for the library? And then, okay, your contribution is $15,000. I think it might help all of us put it in perspective a little bit more because we're not, we're not talking apples to apples. It is apples to oranges and a lot of these different things, but we have to make this work as a community for all of our residents. And so I'm just thinking that might help put some perspective into some of these things.
Madam Chair, if I can add on, the library I think is $1.4 million, if I read the budget correctly. They pay $15,000 of that. And we are investing, I believe, $15 million in a library expansion, and a good chunk of that money, some of it came from grants, but a good chunk of it also came from our general fund. So those are, I agree, we need numbers. But on the library.
I mean, let's talk public defender. I mean, we could start going down the line. In public defender, you can argue that that's a county expense, and okay, it is what it is. But I think just on all of them, it helps to start put it into kind of perspective a little bit.
But it brings it back to time. So to give ourselves time, because I think all of this is necessary, absolutely necessary. Both sides completely, I'm agreeing completely. Do you see this? There's agreement completely here. I'm sorry, I just have to point it out because if we don't recognize it, then people overlook it and think that we're always arguing with each other. But we have to do some sort of negotiation with the city to stop the termination of the fire contract. So I would really like to have staff work on that conversation and this conversation and then come back to us. And I know we can't do, some of this can't be in closed session, but if there's anything that's a legality issue or if it's a some sort of contract, I don't know. But I just want to make sure that we're bringing it back and we're talking about what the city is needing in order to just pause on this termination.
I just want to ask a quick question, and maybe it's not a quick question, and I apologize maybe it's kind of a dumb question, but let's just say we can't figure this out. We can't agree. You've got the two different bodies. The city sticks to their guns with, sorry, we gave you 270 days, time's up, you're out, and we don't have the money, and we don't have another option. What does that look like for the residents and for the county? Very realistically, I want to go down that doom and gloom path. What does that potentially look like for us? Can maybe the fire chief speak to that at all?
Or maybe we need to bring that back.
I think I'd like to really bring that back because I think there's so many layers to that question that you could go off. I mean, after sitting with the Office of Emergency Services and understanding and sitting with CAL FIRE and sitting with both cities, I have a new perspective, but I am not willing to sit here right now and say, well, here's the way it could go. I think we need to be very careful that we're not hurting ourselves with a conversation.
But we also have so little time that it's almost, we have to face reality. I agree with Supervisor Sotelo on that front. And I also think they have to understand that we do have to look at other options for fire service if we don't see a path to something that we can all afford or we're all happy with. We're going to have to.
So I have 3 things I'd like to propose. One, that we direct staff that they need to continue to get this data. With both cities, and we thank both cities for all of their cooperation on bringing this data together and recognizing that every time you dive into these items, you may find something that you didn't know you didn't have, because every time I pop something up on here, I was like, wow, look at how old that is. When was the last time we talked about that? But number 2 is we need to be sitting down with our other options, which could be CAL FIRE, or it could be, I've had a conversation, but I'd really like you and I, because we're on the ad hoc, I'm not on the ad hoc, on the advisory committee for fire, is if we could sit down with CAL FIRE and have a conversation.
We have to really move forward with that discussion. Just as an alternative alternative option. It's the only responsible path.
But then the third thing is that we need to sit down with the city and start to have that conversation about not what will it take to keep you, it's how can we postpone this while we look at other, get that to perspective. And that could be both of us again, but I don't know if you guys want that, if you want that to be somebody different.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to clarify that discussing options was not where I was going with my question at all. My question really was just trying to understand. So we run out of time and we don't have another option that's set up. What does that look like? I mean,
it's the state. It's not CAL FIRE.
But I mean, here's kind of where what I'm asking is, will the fire department, will you guys have to do layoffs and things of that sort if we're not contracted with the city of Hollister?
So what are the outcomes if there's no agreement within 270
What
days?
happens when somebody out in San Juan Canyon calls, there's a fire at their house? Who are we calling? Let's say in 200 days, there's some fire, whether it's out in South County or it's in North County or wherever, in the unincorporated area. I just kind of want to wrap my head around what is the realistic, the reality of what is some of these things? What is it going to look like? What is the staffing? How does this change the lives of the residents in our community? Whether they're currently firefighters, whether they're residents that are in the unincorporated area, without looking at options, I'm just saying, how does this right now affect what things will look like in 200 days or whatever it is?
Madam Chair, you mind if I interrupt for a minute?
Please.
So
appreciate it.
I do have a recommendation, and the recommendation beginning is that you direct staff, which is Henny and me. We've already met with the city on one occasion. We can continue with those discussions, understanding the critical nature of the fire contract and whether it's going to continue or not. I will advise the board in closed session about options regarding an event where you're coming close to the end of the 270 days and what you do. But I don't want to do it right now. But I'd rather you direct us to go to the city and see if we can resolve the time issue and then move forward on alternatives to deal with both cities and work all these alternatives out, because you're right. You don't have the time to do the legwork that you're going to have to do to fix all of these problems in the next 200 days or 250. So, and I do have some ideas. Both Henny and I do have some ideas. We've talked about them. We can flesh them out, but this isn't the place to do it. Allow us to continue that work and bring it back to you when it's ready to discuss. And understanding that we are running out of time, so we're not going to take it lightly. We will hit the ground running and get this done.
And I think we need to start the conversation with CAL FIRE and really have... Formally, yes. We need to formally sit down and start to have a conversation. Not just what I think I know, which may be wrong, but we need to sit down. And so what that could look like from them, and you come back with that piece of it too.
And requesting from the city an extension. Requesting an extension from the city.
That was the negotiation that they were, not negotiation, that conversation, yeah.
But I understand legal concerns. I don't know what's allowed, not allowed in closed session, but I believe the county residents, the city residents have a right to know what the potential outcomes are. I don't think we should necessarily just be discussing such a monumental issue.
No, those are open session discussions. But if you're seeking my advice about options to deal with running out of time, that is a closed session discussion.
I'm just referring to what Supervisor Sotelo was talking about, is what are the outcomes? The residents deserve to know what the outcomes potentially are if there isn't some sort of...
There is one, but I need to discuss that in closed session.
Okay.
It's a legal issue.
Yeah. So if we could, did we give you enough? A full page. She's got a full page, and I think we've kind of made our point on this. Yes. Any ending comments from anybody? We're good. I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the willingness of the discussion, and this is not an easy topic. But I think we also have to be somewhat strategic about what we are saying right now. So I thank council for that recommendation, and I thank staff so much for all this. Very much. Really appreciate it. Okay, with that, there's no motion on this, just staff direction. We've given enough. So we're going to move on to item number 2F, and that who is county council is going to present
Yes,
that?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
members of the board. Moving on to the public defender. As you recall, I think it was back maybe in February or somewhere after that, when it was determined that the former public defender's firm was running out of steam and was going to have to be replaced. In that interim period, the board has appointed a Tier 1 public defender firm and a Tier 2 public defender. They've issued an RFP and there's been a response. That'll be coming to the board to appoint the Tier 3 public defender. And now it's time with that coming into event to establish the Public Defender Oversight Committee. And that was discussed during all of those discussions regarding the public defender and the fact that you wanted to do an oversight of the new system. So you currently have an ad hoc committee for public defender. You would have to abolish the ad hoc committee and create a standing committee for public defender oversight. And that standing committee would be Brown Act compliant. So the recommendation is to appoint 2 board members, the chief probation officer and a member of law enforcement to the initial committee. That committee then would have their first meeting and establish if they wanted any other members, when they would meet, direct staff to prepare bylaws, all of those things that are necessary to put a Brown Act committee together. So this is the beginning of that process.
Okay, let's open it up to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on the raise hand icon. We have Elia Salinas.
Is that mic on?
There we go.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon. County Council states it's the beginning. This actually started in October of 2020 when it came on as a closed session to extend, I'm sorry, not closed session, under consent agenda to continue to extend the status quo as it was for 20 years. It actually has been a long time coming, still has a long ways to go. I agree that there should be a committee made up of individuals that will move this forward. I would like to know, I'd like somebody to follow up and give back a public comment or the notice to the public. You were supposed to file a grant from the state of California for a pilot program for public county defenders. Did that grant get filed? That's the money coming. That's money that's being thrown at you. And this was, I believe, and Supervisor Curl was aware of it in December. There was a cutoff date that was going to come a few months later. I did talk to the CAO about it, and it had not been done at the time, and I think it was in February or March, but he said they were working on it. It's really important to find out whether that got done. $19 million. This is exactly what the county needs. It's a pilot program to start off the public defender's office. We don't have money. That's what we've been talking about the whole day. This county doesn't have money, and the monies are out there. You just need to go find it. And why am I, the public, having to find that these grants, and then I give it to the county so that they can go out and find these monies? I mean, do we not have staff? Is there not a grant writer? I thought there was going to be a grant writer some time ago that was hired. Are they gone? This just not stands just for, you know, the the public defender's office, but it's really important to get the community involved in this. They finally came forward. I came forward in October 2020, and this was pushed by also by Supervisor Gonzalez. It's a really important subject that's going on where civil rights are being violated. Simple civil rights where you were asking for the evidence and the evidence wasn't asked for. So that they were just not getting the service, the simple service that an attorney is supposed to provide. So this is a great start. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
No other comments.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any comments? Supervisor Gonzalez, you want to? No? You're on the ad hoc? Okay, yeah.
So I really appreciate this getting on our agenda. It's another one of those items where I feel like the time is ticking. We kind of made a promise to the community that within 2 years we would bring this in-house. And so I guess I just want to clarify that I see this committee as not only the oversight for kind of our existing public defender contracts, but also in coming up with a solution of how we are going to be able to bring this in-house, what that looks like. And I know I was one of the ad hoc members, and I would like to serve on the standing committee. And in some of the conversations that I've had, we wanted to get this on the agenda to get it started so that we can have a first meeting. I think the intent of this committee will be that there will be more people than is just listed here. I know that we want to have people sit on this committee that have had experience with being maybe represented by a public defender or having a family member. And so I just wanted to say that this is the beginning of kind of this whole public defender conversation, and that there's still a lot more work to do on it, but that this is the first step. So that's it.
Okay, any other comment? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes. And as we were saying, this is the first step in the formality of it. The ad hoc is being abolished, but the standing committee is being established. And this is where we're going to be asking for community involvement in terms of members from the community that we have reached out to see if they had an interest in serving on this oversight committee. And I would also like to throw my name in too as a supervisor to be able to be on this standing committee because this is a monumental move for the county, and this is something I would like to see to come to fruition. But I have had numerous inquiries from the community. When are we going to get started? And so I'm glad to finally see this on the agenda so that we can start the important work to lay out the plan of what the Public Defender's Office is going to look like for San Benito County.
Any other comment? Okay, I have no problem appointing both Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Sotelo to the standing committee. The one thing I want them to keep in mind when they're starting the bylaws is how do you get real representation from individuals that have been affected through the public defender process and ensure that they are not retaliated upon and they are treated fairly and safe. So I just want to keep in mind that there's a fear factor. I kind of look at it like voting. When we went in 1993, when we went to the Voting Rights Act and you had to provide bilingual material based on the census, the challenge we had in creating that outreach is the fear. People were scared to even talk to the elections office. So this committee needs to keep that fear factor of the community in mind and try very hard to come up with alternative ideas of how they can have voices and not be scared of any retaliation. Not that that would happen, it's just voices won't come forward if they don't feel safe. And I just really would like that committee to keep that in mind. Okay? Thank you. That was my appointment. Is there any added comment or concerns or questions? Oh, yes. So I've appointed the two. So now I'll just add per staff recommendations to abolish and create the ad hoc, abolish the ad hoc and create the standing committee.
With the two members.
I'm making the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, with that, I believe that's the end of our agenda.
We have a consent item.
Oh, consent. I forgot about that. See, this is team effort here, consent. We've got one item pulled, and that was 1E by Supervisor Gonzalez. So I'm assuming Mr. Loop needs to come and be in the loop.
So in layman's terms, can you explain what this contract is going to provide to the community? Because I heard the public comment regarding that. And as I read this over the weekend, I was kind of wondering too, because 17 pages, and I don't know if the public is going to look through all those 17 pages, but I had a concern regarding the automatic extension, the renewal, once the first year expired. So can you tell us exactly what are we going to get for this contract?
Sure. Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. I'll go through the first question initially. So what this software and hardware does when you go through the contract, there's sensors mounted on our county vehicles, and those sensors measure vibrations, and they also measure images for every 75 feet of roadway as they drive them. The contract includes the contractor, the vendor, coming and installing the sensors, training even our mechanic to tinker with them if we need to. More importantly, it also includes training county staff to an unlimited amount of hours to utilize this software that essentially accumulates the data from the sensors. And what those sensors do is they give you road pavement conditions, cracks, potholes, how much deviation there is in the suspension, or how much the truck's vibrating. It accumulates that data, and then what it allows you to do is it's a real-time monitoring of our roadway pavement condition. And I'm going to talk about more of that in a second, but I'll answer your second question on, let's see, item, or in the contract, page 3, section 3B, termination. Agency reserves the right to terminate this agreement without penalty of funds if funds are not appropriated for this agreement. So there is a way to terminate the contract, despite maybe public comment. To take one step back. So in 2016, we, the county, performed kind of a typical roadway analysis, which is to have a pavement expert drive every mile of our 400 miles of roads, take notes, take pictures, create a report. And that's the way a lot of agencies still do things. So that was a snapshot in 2016. That effort in 2016 cost $174,000 just for that 1 year, over 9 months. And that was, a detailed person taking detailed notes over pavement. Now, the downside with that is in 2017, we had big storms. 2021, we had big storms. 2023, we had big storms. So the analysis by that pavement expert, which is essentially what these sensors and hardware do, they replace that expert, there's a lot of roads that since 2017, 2021, 2023 have been damaged by storms, deteriorated, big trucks, big loads, all kinds of fun things. So that the 2016 effort really needs to get repeated a lot more frequently, or we have to come up with a better system. Because as grants have been mentioned, not only, just this software actually qualifies us to get grants, but a lot of grants, you have to state that, you're monitoring the pavement conditions of your roadway, and you're making some assessments, you're making some judgments, because just to have some person drive around our roads for a couple days a week and saying 2/3 of your roads are horrible, that's not really going to get you much, as maybe was suggested earlier. So besides gathering all this data, you can punch in to the software. We have $500,000, and what's the most efficient way to use that $500,000? Because what's going to happen is after the 28 million plus or minus that this board is allocated for our roads to fix Fairview Shore, Union, Fraser Lake, and our big arterial roads, once that money's gone, then we're going to have to be really, really efficient and diligent about how we use this smaller amount of money. We get about 2.6 million from SB1 a year. You know, Measure G, that's a whole nother discussion, but you know, a lot of Measure G could be going to Highway 25 very soon, which is going to, you know, leave us with basically SB1 funds, which is $2.5 million for all our roads. And so, so we're going to need to make some judgment calls, and so this software essentially helps us do that. So.
Is this the best use of the funds? And because I know there was a suggestion to hire personnel. I know you said that that wasn't. So, but is this the best organization to contract with?
Yeah, so on that note, very good question. I did spend at least an hour, maybe more, researching if there's any other provider that does something similar. I also reached out to 2 folks in Caltrans. I think it was their maintenance head and their traffic head. And I said, okay, what department heads do you utilize? They don't know of a software that does this. B, they utilize a software that just takes snapshots of areas and analyzes areas as needed, I guess you'd say. But it's not an ongoing daily monitoring of all the roads that are just, you know, our staff really doesn't have to do anything because the data is fed to the vehicles and then it goes to the software system, and then software, you know, provides us the results in a report. So there was a university that was doing a similar kind of project, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't comparable. So I couldn't find any comparable type of way to obtain this kind of service. And Caltrans, they didn't know of any way that they've never heard of any similar type of software. So therefore it's kind of a unique software.
So then is it considered like a sole source then? And that's why we did not go with the RFP then?
Correct. That's exactly right. So,
okay.
Yeah.
That would have been nice to be included in your staff report, so then we didn't have to worry about that question being raised.
I thought I put that in there, but okay, yeah.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and withdraw my objection to 1E and move to approve 1E unless there's any other questions on the board. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to second because you've made a motion so that we can continue the conversation. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just want to say, like, it's really exciting to see this kind of come onto the agenda. I remember the presentation that you gave and that the gentleman with this company gave, and it was really exciting to see the way that, you know, it seems like we'll be able to fix and track our roadways better. We all know they're terrible, but I think this will help us really identify, like, okay, this is a priority and we need to get out there. Otherwise, it's all a priority. And so this is going to really, really help us. So I really enjoyed the presentation before. I think we were all very supportive of, hey, hurry up. How quickly can we get this done? So I'm really excited to see it here and be supportive of it. So that's all I had.
Okay, my only comment is, did you find out about who owns the data?
Yes, and we will, if we request it, if the contract's ending, they will give us the data. There's actually a clause in here that says you can request the data county.
Okay.
So yeah.
Because I really feel that data sharing with the GIS department is crucial in starting to build a database of information that is not just for roads, but can be used for other things. So I appreciate making sure, because in these type of contracts, if you don't own the data, what are you buying? So I appreciate that. Thank you so much for doing that. Now I have a first and a second. Can I get all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's a 5-0, and that was our last item. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay, it is 3:40. We are adjourned.
You guys are ready to head out the door, huh? Hi, so are you new with the city then? With the city